Hey, how's it going? Let's see. Alright, this is going to be interesting because this is going to be the first time since I started streaming that there's going to be voice acting. I've been having to narrate this entire thing, but the thing is that this is all going to be in Japanese. So I don't know if I still need to narrate or if you guys are going to be okay with hearing Japanese voices and I just commentate the entire time. I've been thinking about that for like 3 weeks and I still don't know what to do. Just make sure everything's good first. This music's great. I love it actually. It's I will say one thing. I have largely preferred the music in Ghost Frontline 1 over Ghost Frontline 2. This is the first time that Ghost Frontline 2 has had music that's on par with Ghost Frontline 1, in my personal opinion. Just making sure the Twitch stream is good. Yep, looks good. And let me look at the YouTube stream, make sure that it's all good. Okay, yeah, that looks good as well. Okay. Hard to beat Nikkei when it comes to music. Honestly, yeah. Nikkei is really powerful when it comes to his music, not gonna lie. I may have heard like only like one person say that they don't like the Nikkei music. And that's like one out of like thousands of people that I talked to about it. Not really talked to, but at least seen opinions of. Okay, let's get started. We got a lot to go over. Have an oath ring for Klukai. You know, I may actually do that then. Thanks for the $5, Nixon. Appreciate it. Even in the place furthest from the sun, daylight does not fade so easily. This is in the past. This should be Kalina. Oh, actually, Linda and Kalina. I am consumed by nightmares of the past. Lena's transmission brings the latest tidings. Murmurs of terror buried away by she who toys with destinies with a wave of her hand. The sandbox tells another tale. The emerald proceeds at full speed across the wilderness, route data feeding in intermittently. It's the afternoon, the time when the sun is strongest, but for a moment, the daylight from outside strikes my eyes. In a moment of stupor, a most familiar name comes to mind, one that has left my lips in quite some time. 416, Klukai. Klukai and Michu shelter from a collapsed storm in the remains of a building. Gravel endlessly pelts the ruins as it gets propelled by the raging storm. The frail windows emit an unsettling screech, ready to burst in a million tiny blades any second. Michu leans against a broken wall far away from the window, looking at the seething collapsed storm outside with fatigued eyes. So just Michu and Kukai alone right now? A great gale rushes over the building, bringing with a variety of swept-up debris and grabbing Michu's attention. She proudly glances at the backpack strapped to the motorbike. I heard the magic word. You were tasked with investigating Paradise, and you went to mess around with children instead? Okay, so they're investigating Paradise straight up. Okay. Not a single person has seen any dolls resembling a Nido, much less heard anything about the whole Paradise deal. So dolls resembling a Nido is actually kind of interesting, because in Girls Frontline 1, Nidos actually resemble more of being human than doll, so that's pretty interesting to think of it that way, or at least portray it that way. It's another good line. Come to think of it, weren't all the Paradise remnants cleaned up? So basically they're saying, at least during the time skip, they actually cleaned up all the Paradise, probably in Germany, because that's where they were the most prevalent. So it was like Germany and Russia, but mainly Germany, and that's where all of the Nidos disguised as humans were at. And plus there were Paradise factories all over Germany as well. So I'm assuming that all got cleaned up during or at least after the Battle of Frankfurt. The storm shows no sign of letting up. Michu scratches her head in frustration and lies down. Kukai follows Michu's gaze, looking outside briefly before returning her attention to Michu. Kukai approaches Michu and tugs at her jacket. The latter refuses to get up and only changes her position lazily. I heard that sound. Kukai just kicked Michu. Kukai just lets go of Michu and looks at her helplessly. So what I think is interesting here is that we've always known that Leva was still with Hyde 404, but it is interesting to note that she is still the one that takes the assignments and provides them to everyone else. So for all intents and purposes, she's basically like the manager or the handler, whatever you want to call her. Basically, she's still the leader. Kukai solemnly looks towards the all-consuming storm outside. Yep, that sounds usual. This animation looks really good. Oh, she didn't kick her. That's an improvement. Is it also a cutscene? Yes, it is. Is there a reason why she's always sleepy? It's because she has a bad battery. That's basically the lore reason. Yukai says, watch out. Why is there so many of them? suddenly come from? Where did suddenly come from? Stop shouting and clear out the enemies at the 10 o'clock direction. So, quick question. Is Klukai's VA, is her Seiyu the same one as before? From Ghost Frontline 1? She does sound like the same. Same VA? Okay. Michu, confirm whether 80 enemies remain. I know. I'd do it if you didn't tell me. Nonaka Ai? Okay, that makes sense. Kukai and Michu defeat the incoming enemies and split up to survey their surroundings. She says Mishti. Is it Mishti or Michu? Damn it. So the question as you can't replace the battery. So Dier, I believe he actually tried that. But I think there's just like an internal issue. There's like a really specific reason why they can't just swap out the battery. I think it's neurocloud related. Or it's related to her neurocloud. So what he did try was an external battery. And that actually worked, but she doesn't have it now. So I'm assuming that it's just too much baggage to carry around all the time. Even though Michu has super strength to compensate for it. So I don't know what happened to that battery. The box, yeah. Michu's listless voice comes through the comms. Yeah, the big thing about Michu's personality is that she's actually very attached to Klukai and Squad 44 in general, but especially Klukai. And she has abandonment issues, so she actually tries to do her very best, even though she basically has a deficiency with her body thanks to her low battery. Michi perks up a little on the other side of the line. Everyone in 404 has attachment issues. Yeah, but I say Michu's is the most bona fide. It's the most pure out of all of them. If you know what I mean? Like, she's really only here because she is attached to everyone. She has no alternative agenda. Yeah, they don't really go into like what actually happened in her past, but we can basically assume that she was a servant doll that was abused and then abandoned. There's a written past of her. Only implied. There's nothing direct. We just know from the air that the memory she holds when she was a servant doll is really, really bad, and is actually not worth it for her to remember it. It's that bad. Michu looks as if she's been released from a great burden as she ends the call. What about her headband? I think that's from her mod 3. I think that's the same headband. So for her life started when Klukai found her. Yeah, basically. Or you can say when Klukai saved her, quote unquote. Because she found Michu as she was getting beat up by two underground scavengers. From the boss. Yeah, but it was after she was abandoned. Michu was just like a civilian doll who was already kind of low on battery. But, you know, she still has the law of robotics inside her where she can't attack another human. So these two scavengers just walked up to Michu because they want to sell her off. And one of the dudes had a bat, and he just basically attacked her over and over again until she was knocked out, more or less. And Klukai was there in that area, and so she went to go help her. And that's how the two met. Klukai and Michu continue to shelter from the storm within the ruined building. Klukai attempts to contact their temporary base while Michu runs in the corner. The persistent no signal notification dashes Kukai's hopes of contacting the outside world. Can't contact the base and the other person. A hint of frustration arises as Kukai thinks of them, probably the commander. In truth, she's glad she sent the message before she sent off. Yes, it's the exact same time when 45 and 9 also appeared. And that's how Squad 404 was formed within those next few days. A habit she kept to these past few years before leaving for a dangerous assignment. Hold on. Can't contact the base, another person, her face rise. In truth, she's glad that she sent the message before she set off. A habit she kept to these past few years before leaving. Okay, so basically every time she goes on assignment, she actually sends a message to the commander. And he doesn't answer back because he doesn't get the messages. So many wives. Finding things is still not quite comfortable. She lazily scoots over to the motorbike. Yeah, it's very hard for her to actually be active without that battery. I wonder what happened to that battery. Because when she had that giant ass battery in Girls Frontline 1, she actually was so hyperactive that she cleaned an entire house 3 times over, if not more than that. She was so hyperactive, Kukai had to stop her from being hyperactive. But Michu didn't actually want to get rid of that battery because she felt more useful when she was using up that battery. She felt like she was not going to be abandoned because she didn't consider herself useless at that point. She produces a travel sleeping kit from her backpack.
寝具は充実する一方ね。でしょでしょ。アンドリスと美容家が一緒に選んでくれたんだよ。
And lots of Red Bull, yeah.
快適さとコスパは文句なしだし、まさに戦場にうってつけなんだ。普段はこういう風に収納して、使うときはこう。
Michi smugly presses a button, and soon enough, the neck pillow and his cushioning are filled into the air.
快適お手軽。あなたの旅のベストパートナー。広告の歌い文句だよ。試してみる？そうね。
Giving Michi a frigid response, Kukai aims her weapon and fires in the pillow's direction without hesitation. The bullet zipped past the pillow and met Michiu's hand, and from behind her comes a shrill cry of an E-lid eating lead. That rib pillow. Kukai, next time would you mind warning us before you start shooting? Cut the chatter and focus on the battlefield, or else you'll be staying here to keep the elites company. Alright, so question. How many of you guys here actually got Kukai to V6? Kukai and Michiu annihilates the elites without further incident. You just say Kukai annihilates the elites without further incident. Save for the inflatable pillows, commendable sacrifice. Me, guilty as charged. Yeah, so some of you. I'm a broke student, I understand that. Michiu crouches down and fiddles with the damaged pillow on the ground. Saw written all over her face. Feels bad. Yeah, my Kukai is V0. I'm not going to dump everything into her. If I'm going to dump into anyone, it's either going to be Springfield or Robella. Robella's probably not going to be out until next year. So it's probably Springfield coming up. As you can see, even with V0, Kukai sweeps basically all of the enemy maps. Like she doesn't deny it. Paying no attention to Michiu's pitiful cries, Kukai casts her gaze outside to find the veil of gravel and sand clearing up. Yeah, for Gunsmoke, I can just use like the 10 V6 Kukais that my my guild members will have, so I don't even need to worry about that. Eventually, I do want to get like a V6 Kukai myself, but I'm not gonna make it a priority. There's no real point. Kukai dials in a series of commands already committed to muscle memory, and an image of the call's recipient soon appears. Can I just say Belka's hot as fuck? Is it okay if I say that? Do you guys agree? I hope you guys agree. Spotting Anders behind Belka, Kukai immediately begins her inquiries. I'm glad you guys agree. Hold on. In terms of environmental data, there are some pretty significant discrepancies with the data level provided. The environmental conditions have been gradually deteriorating, especially in the past 6 to 12 months, and the collapse radiation is far more intense than in other areas close to red zones. All right, so basically there's something going wrong with this particular area. Okay, so honest question. How many guys... Did you guys know that Kukai had a younger sister? I'm actually curious if you guys knew about that. But I want to point out that Aphelion originally dropped before Diane and Reese's rewritten events. Yes, that is correct. Yeah, Belka. The ejection overtakes Michu's countenance. Remains of her pillow clutched between her arms. Yeah, same family, yeah. First time I've seen Belka, she's in Girls Frontline 1? Yes. And there has been a couple of side events that does say that, yeah, the two are related. And the story behind them is that, as you guys probably know, Kukai was an asshole at the very beginning of the game, before she got humbled by M16. And then afterwards, she became attached to the commander, and that's when she really started to tone herself down. But while she was an asshole, she didn't treat her sister very well. But the thing is, I believe the big thing is that Belka doesn't actually remember 416 being an asshole. So there might have been a mind wipe in between. We're not totally sure because I don't believe they actually go in depth between the history. We just know that Kukai eventually got to the point where she realized that she actually was a giant asshole to her sister. Four usually mind wipe with other squads they work with. Yeah, but this was before she joined 404. Like, Belka and Kukai has history before Stake Sect. Before she got into the team with M16 and Stake Sect. As the data transfers, Kukai pulls up an area of the surroundings and selects a settlement. Kukai gazes at the still crestfallen meet you with a mixture of exasperation and concern in her eyes. So she's thinking, maybe I went a bit too far.
コルトスのためにわざわざ用意してたんだもんね。まあいいか。今度ミスティが余計なものを買おうとしたら絶対に止めなさいよ。特にあんた、アンドリス。
Hey, Sun Wukong, how's it going?
今度から気をつける。
Anders nods with a gentle smile on her face.
本当に反省してるのかしら。それじゃあ切るわ。もたもたしてないで。嵐が止んでるうちに出発するのよ。いいわね。やったー。お姉ちゃんに会えるのが待ちきれないよ。
This event got rewrites. That'd be the first time I heard that it has rewrites. As far as I know, this should be the same that China got. Do you think they will introduce more brand new dolls in Girls Frontline 2? I believe so, but the big problem is that they really don't need to become brutally honest. The thing is that the new dolls that they did actually bring in are actually quite interesting, and it is good that they add in brand new dolls because they go into aspects of Girls Frontline that Griffin dolls can't, because of course they're in Griffin. They came from Griffin, so they already have a established history where they had a good life. But if you have these newer dolls like Ulrid, for example, you get to explore so much more with the world itself, and they can bring in perspectives that we haven't seen before. So I do want to see new dolls, but at the same time, we have literally over 400 Griffin D dolls that a lot of people want to see come back. So I'm not sure if we're going to get more new dolls, you know? They could bring in PNC dolls. There is going to be a PNC collab soon. Maybe not soon, but it's on the table. I really, really, really want to see Croquet and Turing. And maybe Persicaria. Those are like my top three. Belka anxiously taps her feet, attempting to hurry up Andor's file transfer.
慌てないで。もう一度データをチェックしなきゃ。人口動態調査報告に、ここ10年の地図データ、近隣地域の生き袋およびブージャムの目撃証言と、あとは
アンドリス、いくら容量があるからって全部のデータを持っていく必要はないだろう。
So this is the part that confuses me a little bit. I think this is going to be a rewrite discrepancy, because Dier should actually be on the Elmo right now.
お前と美容家には受信増幅装置をつけといた。ちょっとやそっとで通信が途切れることはない。必要ならオンライン上で転送すればいいさ。
Also, Dier's voice actor right here is actually fucking awesome. I like his voice.
クルカイ隊長が通信状況について念押ししてたから。
Does Ulrid have a firearm inside of her? She has a bow. does that count? This is all flashback. Usually they have like a filter for the flashback.
イエローエリアだぞ。おまけにコラプスストームも頻発してる。通信が安定しないのはよくあることだ。心配するな。
うん。そうだといいけど。でも。
Since it'll be before Dier shows up in Elmo. Well, let's read a bit further and see that works out.
そうだよ、アンドリス。あれを持っていったらどうだ。
あれ？ああ、さっき調整し終えた外付け装備のこと？
その通り。火力プログラムの調整も済んだし、そろそろ実戦段階に移すべきだろう。
I found Dier voice too deep. He's in his 20s.
これとこいつ相当重いんだよな。まあでも車のトランクにはなんとか収まる。
Let me see here. Recommend it's Fishy runtime view both if desired. Remember to borrow the external battery for Michi's frame. Okay. So the battery's still there. She just doesn't have it right now. You just missed the time he was a crossdresser. Wasn't he like actually playing a video game? I like how dork is just such a normal word for dolls now. Yeah, Andorus has a really good design. To be completely honest, though, I do want to see Andorus and Springfield actually interact, because I kind of just want to see if they carry their beef. Okay, let's see here. Andorus drives towards the meeting point with Balka. The vehicle leads across the yellow zone with Andorus at the wheel. She's humming a tune with a relaxed expression. Beef? Yeah, so it's not like dramatic beef or anything. Yeah, but Andorus worked at the Zucchero for a little while, but she was absolutely terrible. Like, she was so bad that Springfield had to like let her go. As she speaks, the jeep flies off a small incline. Belko holds onto the handrail for dear life. Maybe not that Warlock, but we don't really have the details. We just know that she was bad enough that Springfield actually doesn't like her. She smiles and slams on the accelerator as the jeep piles through a small eylet in its way. The vehicle suddenly swerves. A series of bullet holes suddenly appear in the vehicle's original path, setting up great clouds of dust and sand. Belka and Andorus take advantage of the vehicle's spinning momentum, quickly opening the doors and tumbling behind some natural cover nearby. I can't help but to recruit dorks, it seems. Honestly, everyone's a dork. Literally everyone is. Like, if she wants to hire, like, non-dorks, she would hire, Task Force Defy, but even they're dorks. I would say the biggest non-dork is AR-18. But even she's a dork because she's actually a literal schizo.
私たちを襲った機械と似たような改造が施されているわね。これだけ人気のない場所だもの。所属不明の同一勢力と見て間違いないわ。隊長、それって。ええ、偶然にしてはできすぎよ。これは明らかに組織的な襲撃。でもどうして私たちを狙うの？まさか。断言はできないわ。もしかしたら攻撃対象は404に限らないのかもしれない。ここ1ヶ月で賞金ハンターが何人も失踪してたわよね。つまりそれらは環境から来る事故ではなかったと。これも推測に過ぎないけどね。でもよくするに越したことは。
Dork's Frontline's the name of the game, yeah. A wave of static watches over the communications channel. Kukai's projection violently shakes a few times, then disappears entirely. Comms are down again. Andorus attempts to restore the connection, but her efforts are for naught. AK-12 is just a prank bro personality, yeah. AK-12 actually is a pretty big troll. But, in the later episodes, you'll see that she can get very, very serious when she needs to be. Okay. So far we're just zooming through these. They're not there's not a lot of dialogue from what I've noticed. We're kind of zooming through these cutscenes right now. Michi stretches with a big sigh, her face full of envy. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of promises that there's a lot more dialogue later on. Kukai, we cleared the evac route. Yes, of course. Stick to the plan. Focus on taking down the high-speed and long-range units first. Proceed to the evac zone. I like how you... AI is so silly sometimes. So there's lore collectibles?
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
This really is all you need, huh? Yeah, for clearing trash, yeah. Also, I'm always surprised how large her chest is. Like, legitimately speaking.
不明な機械どもに追撃されたせいで予定ルートから大きく外れたわ。
Kukai checks her terminal and once again finds that only short-range communications are available. Long-range comms are still down.
嵐は収まらない。信号も途絶えたまま。位置情報すら取得できない。つまり道に迷ったってこと？やっぱりパラデウスが絡むとどこ
Was she? I think that was just in her original outfit though, right? Like, I think in her skin she actually was stacked.
てか、今回やけに信号悪すぎない？前にイエローエリアでコーラップスストームにあった時はここまでひどくなかったのに。
Hidden books in her trope, yeah. Yeah, I think the majority of people wouldn't even realize that how stacked she was in Girls Frontline 1 if not for the damage art. 'Yeah, even in her original outfit, whenever she was damaged, you actually see how stacked she was. Now, in her default state, you couldn't really tell, but just wait until she gets damaged. Yeah, they announced it like a year ago, I want to say. But there hasn't been any news on what it'll happen. A creaking ground reconnaissance unit appears a short distance away. Just give us some Red Bull. Should do it easily. Lukai looks towards the broken wall to the right of Michu, suggesting that she should use it as cover to sneak up on the reconnaissance unit. It reminds me, did Michu just lose all of her super strength? Technically, it's not a collab because it's in the same universe. Technically. But they're calling it a collab anyway, so that's why I call it a collab. Michu perks up with a sigh, reluctantly moving right towards the cover. The scouting units are approaching as she moves. Dmitri prods up against the cover, using sound and environment to track the enemy movement. The joint of the ground mechs creak rhythmically. The ground mech stops abruptly as if its power has been cut. But Kukai is too late. Just when Michu tries to shift herself for a better view, she conveniently exposes herself to the ground's mech sensors. The warning light on the ground mech flashes red, and it emits an ear-piercing alarm. At the same time, the UAV launches an attack. The abandoned container Michu was using as cover just a second ago is riddled with bullets. Michu dodges the attack and darts towards the other sources of cover. Meanwhile, Kukai takes the opportunity to break the drone's wings with a 3-round burst, while the ground mech keeps blaring its sirens. At this moment, a group of armed humans and mechs appear on the northwest side of the building, raining down fire on them. Does the Codename Cocoon ring a bell? It does, yeah. That was in Gross Frontline 1. Are you deliberately exposing yourself to give your enemy a target? Who would have thought that they were out of fishing? Who exactly are these people anyway? Well, hold up enemy attacks for 4 turns. Where's the attacks? Okay, they got more reinforcements. Understood. Hold the line and don't let them approach us. After downing another drone, Kukai zips back into cover. After confirming Michu's combat status, she issues an order. Mishti or Michu? Michu was actually in the dev stream, so I'm still using Michu for that reason. Just as Michu rolls over some nearby cover and pulls her gun away in disbelief, a booming veiled voice comes through a loudspeaker from behind cover on the opposing side. The Neo-Soviet Union? Skipping that one because he's just being himself. After confirming that Michu has put her gun away, Kukai turns on her voice amplification device as well. Upon hearing Kukai's response, the opposing party immediately ceases gunfire, but both sides remain ready to resume hostilities.
攻撃を仕掛けた理由を説明せよ。場合によっては軍正規部隊への敵意を持った襲撃とみなす。
こちらに敵意はありません。
お前らの鉛玉はそうは言ってないぞ。
それについては説明できます。互いの誠意を示す意味で10分後、本戦場中央で話し合いを行っては、こちらはいかなる武器も携行しません。
いいだろう。だが妙な真似はするなよ。
The voice falls silent. Michu has retreated from the front, gazing at the other side of the battlefield with visible concern. The armed forces are recuperating at their combat.
なんでロレンの人が。やばいよ。あの男の人、かなり怒ってたよ。話し合いには私が行くから、あんたは後ろで警戒してて。必要とあらば、プラン B に切り替えるわ。
Plan B.
プラン B？
Plan B?
まさかこんな時に制御スイッチ使う気？ロレンとやり合ったっていいことないのに。敵か味方かわからない以上、リスク回避のためにも警戒はすべき。もちろん可能な限り衝撃は避けるわ。
Yeah, that's the funny part because we all been saying that, and the death stream just kind of threw all of us off for a loop. It was like, so we have been saying it wrong the entire time, but we're pretty sure it was Mekti, because that just sounds right. It's as it spells. So, like, well, maybe it's just Americanism. So we'll stick with it with how the Chinese say it.
わかった。誤解が解けるといいけど、ほんとあいつら面倒くさいから。当然の結果ですね。残念。
All right, so this is gonna be the first long cutscene, for sure, because we're back into the map. I'm still saying Mekti. You see, the thing is that like everyone gets on me for mispronouncing names all the time on my summaries, so I try really hard to say the name correctly. Seeing Kukai come alone and unarmed, the platoon leader lets out a displeased grunt from behind his protective suit.
人形をよこすとは舐めてやる。お前のふぬけた怪力
Call him Sleepo Beepo. Ryman? Voice recognition tells Sukai that this is Dmitri from whom she had talked with earlier.
ハイド404は人形による自立武装小隊です。現在は非軍事勢力管理局に協力し、イエローエリアで違法 PMC の調査を行っています。
Kukai intentionally modifies the part about Paradox in accordance to Kalina's instruction.
404? なんだそれ。聞いたことも。
You're not supposed to, bro.
いい軍事勢力管理局がお前らを雇ったってのか。
Although he's still suspicious, hearing the non-military force administration being mentioned makes him relax a bit.
私たちは表向きには存在しない人形です。
I like how pissed she looks right now. Like, Kukai looks really pissed off.
そろそろ本題に入って。
いいぜ。本題に入ろう。
Dmitri takes a look at the radiation detector and ensures that the reading is within safety limits. He then pulls the protective hood off his head, revealing the face of a middle-aged man with an angular jawline. Years of the battlefield and years of desert wind have left their marks on his face.
相変わらず窮屈な防護服だぜ。
He curses quietly with a grimace, then then looks at Kukai with unbridled disgust in his eyes.
非軍事勢力管理局の人形ね。それにしちゃ戦場のマナーがなってねえな。素性も確認せずに攻撃しろって奴らに教わったのが。
こちらは今まで所属不明の武装勢力から連続して襲撃を受けました。そちら側の偵察用機械兵器にはロレンの識別マークがありません。こちらの攻撃はあくまで自衛です。
おい、頭がショートしちまったのか。所属不明の武装勢力なんざこっちは見てないぞ。
信じるかどうかは自由です。遭遇しなかったからといって存在しないとは限りません。それに先に攻撃してきたのはそちらのドローンです。私たちはやむを得ず迎撃したまで。
ドローンはプログラム通りにしか動けないが。
Damn, you guys really hate this guy.
おっと忘れてたぜ。人形ってのはアルゴリズムなしに動けないんだったな。命令に従うだけのガラクタだ。
Seeing that the opposing side is trying to provoke her instead of making progress information exchange, Kukai raises an eyebrow and remains quiet. However, Dmitri doesn't seem to mind at all. He continues to ask questions in a condescending manner.
お前の発言については上層部に報告して調査を要請する。だが念のためそっちの任務内容と隊の規模を具体的に教えろ。
具体的な任務内容は非軍事勢力管理局との守秘義務に関わるためアクセス権をご提示願います。人数は先ほど申し上げた通り人形2名のみです。
2人だけ。
Dmitri soldiers are shocked by the contrast between the firepower they witness and 4-4's real numbers. After receiving a stare from Dmitri, they promptly shut up.
ふざけるなよ。あの火力じゃ少なくとも10人はいるはずだ。
404正体は全て戦術人形による編成です。火力にせよ戦場における状況把握力にせよ頂上列車に勤めるあなた方の常識とは異なります。
なぜそれを。
Of course you want to kneecap him. How do you know that we're from the Great Wall Railway?
ずさんな編成の機械兵器部隊、いい加減な改造、老朽化した設備、大方バリャーグか闇ブローカー、賞金ハンターあたりから巻き上げたものでしょう。数少ない状態のいい装備に至っては環境調査隊への変更も間に合わず頂上列車路線防衛軍のまま、おそらくあなた方は臨時出向させられたアルバイトのようなものでしょう。
Noticing his stiff expression, Kukai inserts a additional remark.
ああ、忘れるところでした。頂上列車を守っているのは古びた機械で編成された正規部隊でしたね。
発言に気をつけろ。お前みたいなガラクタに何がわかる。
Dmitri raises his gun, but Kukai simply stares at him coldly without moving a muscle. Yeah, she can probably dodge that bullet if you can shoot it, so don't even try.
説明は以上です。では。
待て。
Just as Kukai turns away to leave, Dmitri shouts for her to stop. The soldiers raise their guns and aim at her.
何か。
仮にお前らが管理局のものだったとして、こっちの損失はどうしてくれんだ。
こちらも同様に貴重な物資を消耗しました。この件は双方に責任があります。
言い逃れする気か。
いいえ。
だったら弁償しろよ。こいつらの装備はな、全部俺が苦労して手に入れたもんなんだよ。お前みたいなガラクタには分からんだろうがな。こちら大陸間列車の敷設に向けた環境調査っつう大役を任されてんだ。管理局だからって容赦はしねえ。
こちらに弁償の義務があるとは思えません。
Oh, shit.
そっちがその気なら
Facing Kukai's unwavering attitude, Dmitri takes out his communicator.
そっちがその気ならこっちにも考えがある。
Wait for orders from above.
だがよく考えることだ。仮に俺たちが臨時部隊だったとしても正規編成であることに変わりはない。お前らクズ人形と我々どっちの言い分が通るかな。こっちは30人以上いるんだぜ。お前らが口で勝てるとは思えねえな。
So remember the officer that was Commander's old acquaintance? That was one in chapter 3 or 4? Is he the one that's like a week away from retirement or something like that, and then he dies? So this is the guy's substitute? Yeah. Bad news bears.
外と連絡が取れるんですか？
Hearing Kukai's question, Dmitri simply assumes that the opposing side is considering his threat, and so he increases the pressure in his voice.
当たり前だ。このことを上が知ったら大騒ぎになるぞ。分かったらとっとと金を出せ。こっちは次の集落に用事があるんだ。
お金の代わりにそちらの作戦に協力するというのはどうでしょう。この劣悪な環境はあなた方の手に余るはずです。404の戦闘力は見ての通り。
Dmitri does not respect this reply, or expect this reply. He sizes up Kukai.
何が目的だ。
目的などありません。ただ現地部隊との不必要な衝突は避けろと言われていますので。
交渉成立だ。だが余計な真似はするな。おとなしく命令に従え。いい。エリア通信チャンネルは1人丸3蓋だ。設定しておけ。この辺はジャミングを受けやすい。本体とは2キロ以上離れるな。
無駄口が少ないといいけど。
安心しろ。お前らには聞く権限すらない。そもそも内部通信は暗号化されてる。クズ人形にはそんなこともわからないのか。
After confirming that she has successfully connected to the comms frequency, Kukai ignores the insult and turns to leave.
ガラクタどもが。ローリング、戻って連中に伝えておけ。巡回人員を3割減らし、危険があればあの鉄くずどもに対処させろとな。
本当にあの人形どもを連れて行くのか、ディミー。言うことを聞かなかったらどうする？
順位に奴らの素性を調べてもらう。お前たちも気をつけろ。奴らとは距離を保て。いずれにせよ、盾になる人形が増えるのは歓迎だからな。
So here's the thing, right? This guy relates to Steven. So here's the thing, right? These are both neo-Soviet Union. They're practically former neo-Soviet Union. So they already have a hatred against dolls. Maybe not a hatred, but a prejudice against dolls. Especially civilian dolls that were modified.
しかし、あの強さだぞ。もし裏切れば。
何弱気になってやがる。30対2で負ける道理があるか。先ほどの戦闘もこっちの方が優勢なのがわからなかったのか。それと俺のことは総長と呼べ。何度注意すれば気が済む。
Probably not KCCO. Because KCCO is Special Forces. These guys are probably not Special Forces. They're probably just regular. Well, they just said it's their regular army. But I'm saying that they're probably not part of Special Forces, but they are part, or were part of the Neo-Soviet military. Saying all the army, that that's how all the army treats the dolls, that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that this is how they would especially treat civilian dolls, because even in Germany, the Stasi treats their dolls better than the Neo-Soviet Union.
ごめん、つい癖で。
何が癖だ。 とは長い付き合いだが規律は守れ。また新兵どもにひいきしてると勘違いされるだろう。
Seeing Dmitri's serious expression, the soldier named Larian corrects his casual demeanor and salutes him.
は総長。
それでいい。戻って行軍を再開させろ。予定よりかなり遅れてる。日が暮れる前に進めるだけ進め。
If them being KCCO, like if they were actually KCCO, there would be some issues. I'll put it that way. You think you train a little better? No, I don't expect that at all.
今度はロレン調査隊の手伝い。仕事が増える一方だよ。
Like it doesn't matter how well a second class citizen carries the first class citizen. They're still second class citizens at the end of the day to them. So it just expected that they would work for the people who are higher than them. That's just how it is. I was being rhetorical. Hey. Should have done /S. I'm not going to take it seriously.
理不尽な要求を許せばウジ虫どもを増長させるだけよ。でもあいつらに協力したって何のためにも。少なくとも方角はわかるわ。え？位置情報のこと？でもあいつらが向かってる集落、私たちの目的とは。
Does Ghost Frontline have a doll version of Crow? Sort of. We used to, but she died. So.
あんたは歩きたての子供？よちよち歩きしかできないの
？Is it RPK? Yeah.
コーラプスストームは収まったのに、私たちの通信は一向に回復しない。でも、調査隊は外部と連絡が取れる様子だった。つまり、闇ブローカーの基地局が破壊された可能性が高い。調査隊と集落に向かえば、そこのネットワークを使ってアンドリスたちと連絡が取れるでしょ？理解した？なるほど。でもさ、
May she rest in pain.
進めないのは子供だけじゃないよ。チェスのキングだって一度に一マスしか動けないけど超強いじゃん。
The McKinney receives a comms request from the Survey Corps following them.
こちら404小隊隊長、戦術人形来るかい？何か？
ディミトリー総長からことづけだ。現在の速度を維持したまま進路を二次方向へ変更せよ。
その方向ではルートから大きく外れます。それに
Kukai has more to say, but she is interrupted by the angry Dmitri.
黙れ。鉄くずに何がわかる。さっさと言う通りにしろ。命令に従えと言ったのを忘れたか。
So this is what I'm really talking about here. Like this line right here. Don't forget what I said, listen to my orders. And even this line beforehand, where it says, what do you respect to even know? If you look up stuff like Ulrid's journals, even bounty hunters expect absolute loyalty with no questions involved. Like for most military men, their dolls are weapons and they're not meant to be seen as people.
了解。
Kukai cuts the comms and swerves to the correct direction. The incoming barrage of wind hits the yawning Mechty. I'm gonna go with that. Go back to that now. Mechty, right in the mouth.
何すんのさ。進路変更。はい。
Lukai did not seem happy there. Yeah, she wouldn't because she's actually used to Commander. And Griffin in general. And Angelia for that matter. The Mohawk flies over the empty wilds, like a released arrow, carving a clear path into the landscape. The motorbike suddenly breaks. The slumbering Mechty loses her balance, but Klukai catches her before she falls off. Klukai connects to the survey corps comms.
北西に小型生き袋の群れを発見。数は5から10。本体との接触までおよそあと5分。
接触すると分かってるなら排除しろ。くだらんことでいちいち連絡するな。無駄口叩くだけのスピーカーか、お前らは。
命令に従えと言ったのはそちらです。私たちは言われた通り。
Yeah, 100%. 1,000%. There was serious rally checks after the commander is gone. When they go into different areas or different militaries, like even in Stakesec, dolls were not allowed to make any choices. Even they're supposed to follow orders, and they weren't supposed to do anything autonomous. So being in Griffin was like the safe haven if you were a T-doll or a doll in general. Upon hearing this, Dmitri utters something under his breath, but it's too quiet for Klukai to hear. After a short moment, he responds with an impatient tone. The comms are abruptly cut. With a stiff expression, Klukai parks the motorbike against a nearby boulder. An outer heaven if you be so. Yeah, pretty much. Like, and you even see stuff like Dushev Nanya, where she just happened to see something that she shouldn't have seen, and the response is to basically delete her memories. Yeah, the rest of the world is very fucked up compared to when they were in Griffin. I don't really need this, do I? We'll do it just in case. The Elites have been eliminated, and the main force arrives right after. We're like this world. I don't know. She may or may not, if only for the simple fact that it'd be way harder to actually be successful in this type of world. Under Dmitri's orders, the troops stopped to collect samples from the Elite corpses as part of their routine.
ロレンの軍人は随分と勇敢なんですね。
この程度で応援が必要ってんなら、グリーンエリアで窓拭きでもした方がマシだな、お前らは。
Noticing something off about Klukai, Mechty tugs on her clothes.
まあまあ、確かに大した数じゃなかったし。
当たり前だろ。総長が選ぶルートはいつだって一番安全だからな。生き袋やバリアークが相手でも
Yes, Arkblard. That's well. There's two Aprilfuls, so the latest one that we've seen so far, yes, because the one before that is actually named Shifty. But it'd be like the short girl with the black and purple hair.
ディミトリー総長、以前の所属は
ああ
頂上列車を警備していただけの人間にそんな経験や勘があるとは思えません。現在の進駐軍には新ソ連軍から編入した者がいると聞きますし、
それを聞いてどうする。余計な詮索はするな。お前こっちに来い。
Dmitri glares at the soldier who had interjected just now. Feeling the sergeant's displeasure, the soldier makes the wise decision to shut up, pack the samples he had collected, and follows Dmitri towards the trucks.
やっと言った。また喧嘩にならなくてよかったよ。あのおじさんもさ、なんか私たち嫌ってるよね。間違って撃ったからってここまで根に持つ？
I don't get why he's still angry towards us. It's not really him being angry, it's him being prejudiced.
気をつけなさい。え？おかしいと思わない？調査隊と合流してから不明勢力からの襲撃が止まった。え？諦めたんじゃない？人数も増えたし。その程度の警戒心しかないんなら、確かにグリーンエリアで窓拭きでもするべきね。先を急ぐわよ。
He's just being racist.
残念。あなたはここまでです。
An orbital cannon strike. Man, that would help a lot. At night, a well-equipped off-road vehicle quickly pulls away from the purification zone. The emotionless doll in the vehicle attempts a comm request within a white zone.
進捗はどう？あれはここでのプロセスをとても重視しているの。セクスタンスのように彼らを失望させてはダメよ。ブルースフィア。
承知しております。ですが報告によれば状況にやや変化が。
そう。
任務エリアの外周に戦術人形が4名出現。二手に分かれ現在エリア内へと接近中。
戦術人形ならいつものように処理すればいいじゃない？
機械兵器を派遣し、
Oh, hey, it's Blue Spear.
対象の戦闘力は予想以上です。それにそのうちの1小隊がロレンの調査部隊より派遣された小隊と接触。理由は不明ですが、双方は協力関係を結んでいる模様。ロレン政府との不要なトラブルを避けるため追撃を一時中止いたしました。次はどう動くべきかお教え願います。
機械兵器を派遣して付近の基地局を一掃しなさい。ここ一帯を無信号エリアにしてから一斉に排除するのよ。
かしこまりました。
She says, don't fail like how Sextons did, so she might be part of the Gerard group. It has always been the case that once these orders are transmitted, one dead zone appears after another, becoming graveyards in the contamination zone. Also, it could be Paradox as well, but probably is Paradox, but you know, Gerard group is still a thing too.
それから
As if to intentionally emphasize the moment, the doll on the other side of the comms makes a pause.
内通者の情報によればロレンの浄化作業部門が目標エリア近辺の路線防衛軍に増援を要請したらしいわ。
She looks like someone who comes right out of Nikkei. If she was like part of Nikkei, her boobs would be a lot bigger.
だから急がなくちゃ。ここでのことが気づかれる前に。
承知いたしました。パラデウスの引き上げはほぼ完了し、残るは例のものの追跡、回収のみ。現在、目標エリアへと向かっています。任務は時間通りに遂行されるでしょう。
ブルースフィアに任せて正解だったわ。あなたのことつい応援したくなっちゃう。そうね、せっかく頑張ってくれてるんだもの。後で増援を送ってあげる。着いたら連絡が行くはずよ。
かしこまりました。
あら、感謝してくれないの？数は少ないけど、あなたへの人中見舞いのつもりなのよ。
Bluesberry shifts her gaze from the road to the comms interface for a moment. Her empty eyes betray no emotion, nor fluctuation, as if she's a military drone that only understands orders.
感謝いたします、コクーン。
Interesting.
ブルースフィアは釣れないのね。ダーチュアと違って返事もそっけないし。
Interesting that her name is Cocoon, but I'm going to assume there's no correlation to the Cocoon that I know in Ghost Frontline 1.
冗談よ。さあ、急いで。上を待たせるわけにはいかないわ。
At this point, I'm just going to assume it's coincidence. Cocoon cuts the comms, Bluespear hits the gas, and the dark vehicle blends into the night. Yeah, that makes sense. Arc Blark, that does make sense. Under the setting sun, the Elmo moves forward, still a long distance from its target. Over the years, whenever darkness falls, the past comes rushing back to me uncontrollably. This is why I detest the night. The Mephisto agreement and the unending work of a bounty hunter isolate me best from the world's maelstrom, both in time and space. Despite the hard work and isolation, they are like a calming tranquilizer. They make friends with alcohol, pulling me into slumber. Yet the white nightmare does not fade. It has caught up with me, making it difficult to confront the choices I made in the past. A million self-resources and rationalizations fall flat in the face of this. The contract with the devil has since changed. I will not run, but am I truly ready? The comms terminal interface shows a recent message from Kukai, as well as messages from before, one after another. The message repeats the same thing. Where are you? Where am I? I've never answered this question, in my head or to them. To say the truth, I often struggle to fathom where I am in this world. What I know for sure is, I don't want to drag 404 and their friends down the maelstrom with me. So this is interesting. It makes me wonder if he actually got all of the messages from the AR team. Not from the AR team, but also from all of Griffin. I wonder if he actually got all of them then. If Kukai was able to send messages to him for literal years. Which, by the way, that's actually kind of fucked up. That Kukai sent messages for literal years and never got an answer back. But she never gave up. But it is time for me to give them an answer, not in the form of a message. I want to convey my sincerity. All these years, as I tried to pull further and further away to the point of Aphelion. Yeah, Aphelion. She has sought to be closer to me. The Environmental Survey Corps have chosen an abandoned settlement to make camp. The soldiers gather around of poker around a campfire, a crowd emitting song, anger, and laughter every now and then.
おい、見苦しいぞローリング。さっさと隠してる缶詰をよこしやがれ。
なんだよ缶詰って見間違いじゃないのか？ああ、欲しけりゃ後方部隊からもらってこいよ。
さつけ。
Conveys his charity by getting her V6.
お前の包みを渡してたろ。中は缶詰に決まってる。
こっちも手持ちが少ないってのに。
文句なら上に言うんだな。手柄に目がくらんで、次から次へと任務を引き受けやがって。装備や配給もままならんうちに出発。
Long distance relationship.
総長が普段から物資をかき集めてなけりゃどうなってたことやら。
だな。列車の警備だけでもしんどいってのに、今度は大陸間列車建設のための環境調査ときた。先に俺たちの装備と補給を正規部隊レベルに引き上げてからだろう、そこは。
I think the big difference for Macchiato is that Macchiato was convinced by Springfield to not pester the commander, and especially not run after him. Because she actually was just going to leave the cafe and literally just run into the yellow zone to find the Elmo. So there is that too.
やめだやめだ。どうせ上の命令には逆らえん。こうして腐ってるのがせいぜい。
おい、お前と一緒にするなよ。
Based. Lorraine slaps him hard on the back of the head, and the two of them start to roughhouse with each other. The onlookers start making a din and cheer them on. Compared to the boisterous soldiers, Hyde 404 is rather quiet. Mekti is in sleep mode after being busy for an entire day, while Kukai looks on the buffooning and joking soldiers coldly. Dmitri notices her gaze, returning with his own with unfriendliness on his face. She nearly ran towards us in her gotcha-full dialogue.
まだ見るつもりならその目をほじくり出して。
無謀の衆ね。
なんだ。もう一遍言ってみろ。
Dmitri straightens up, putting his bottle down.
汚職、賭博、恐喝、任務にも消極的。チンピラと何が違うの？急ぎの任務だとか言いながら、キャンプじゃ堂々と休んでるじゃない。極つぶしと呼ばないだけ感謝してほしいわ。
鉄くずに何がわかるってんだ。いいか、人間はな、不眠不休の無能と違って肝心な時に頭と体が働くよ。休める時に休んでおくもんなんだよ。
While speaking, Dmitri gestures towards his temple, giving her a provocative look.
ま、脳みそに電線しか詰まってねえんじゃ確かに休む必要はないな。尻尾振って命令を待ってりゃいいんだからよ。気楽なもんだ。
もう一度言うけど、404は人形が自主的に管理するエリート部隊よ。私たちの行動は私たちが決めるわ。
エリートだとよ。笑わせてくれるぜ。そこのチビを見ろ。誰よりも早く寝てやがる。
How fast and well I run? I'm not too sure, actually. Just as Kukai wanted to make a retort, Mekti rolls over, laying on Kukai's feet. She seems to be thoroughly enjoying her sleep. To be fair, it's not a good look. Like, just to be completely fair, it is brutally not a good look. Even though Mekti is actually really, really, really good at her job. The soldiers of the Survey Corps roar in laughter. Kukai bends down and shakes Megdi awake. Megdi shakes her head in round of confusion.
今度は何？見回り。
Kukai pulls Megdi up, leaving the camp with long strides. Behind them rings out the taunts from soldiers, with Dmitri's voice being the most prominent. I mean, it's just unfortunate that Megdi just has her deficiency. Even the elites are sleeping. Why are we still working so hard? Okay, can we just report back to camp and go back to sleep? Not good. Gareth about to wipe them out. No, it's fine. Oh, that actually reached. I didn't expect that.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
Same time she has the strongest power reserves in the entire High 404. Yeah, exactly. Like, Megdi is really good at her job. She just likes to sleep. The night passes by without trouble. After a couple of hours of movement, the formation finally reaches the target settlement.
協力関係はここまでよ。約束通り、404への責任追及は放棄してもらうから。
お前らの飼い主に伝えとけ。部下の教育がまるでなってねえってな。
Dmitri raises his hands impatiently before leaving with the soldiers.
リバとカリーナに迷惑かけちゃったかな。404が表向きに存在しない部隊でよかったよ。じゃなきゃ今頃軍法会議に突き出されてたかもね。リバは404の一員よ。後始末も仕事のうちでしょ。確かにね。で、これからどうするの？ここの住人からネットワークを借りるわ。はいよ、いってらっしゃい。じゃあ、適当な場所探して寝てるね。昨夜はほとんど寝てないし、今朝も早起きしたから。
Seeing Megdi rub her eyes and attempt to slip away, Kukai grabs her with haste.
引っ張らないでよ。ネットワークを借りるのに2人もいらないでしょ。お貸ししたいのは山々なんだけど、私たちのネットワークもここ数日つながらなくなってしまって。普段から調子は良くなかったんだけどね。多分最近コーラップスストームがよく起きるせいで基地局が壊れたんだと思うの。あなたたちは外部と連絡を取らないの？それがね、ロレンの調査部隊の方々がいらしてて、任務のために半月前からここに駐屯してるのよ。だから最近は部隊の方の通信設備を使わせていただいてるの。その駐屯地の場所はわかる？駐屯地なら集落の南西よ。あそこのビル群はもともと無人だから、負傷者と感染者の安置にちょうどよかったんでしょう。感染者？エリットの？ええ。
The scrawny middle-aged woman tugs at the cloak she wears. Her withered hands fold anxiously.
ここ1年でエリットの感染者がまた増えたみたいなの。
The past year.
発症までの時間もかなり短くなってるし、症状もますます強くなってる。
Progressing much faster.
ずっと気のせいだと思っていたんだけどね。
More severe. I wonder who's responsible for that. Kukai and Mekti exchange looks.
ロレンの調査隊の方々を見るまでは、彼らの多くも感染してるのよ。こんな田舎のヤブ医者よりもよっぽどいいお医者様がついてるはずだけどね。お手上げみたいよ。それで仕方なく重症の感染者を置いていったんだと思うわ。
Reading this real quick, can we consider doctors, but it seems that they too are at their wits' end about these infections. Yeah.
ということは、最近ここを離れた人がいるのね。ええ、20人くらいだったかしら。それ以来姿は見てないね。賞金ハンターもこの辺の生き袋が増えたって言ってるし、たとえ生きてたところで奴らと同類になってるでしょうね。正規の軍人の手にすら負えないなら、私たちもいつまで持つか。
She bites her lip, unable to continue the topic.
ごめんなさい。子供の世話があるから。わかったわ。ありがとう。
The woman nods and closes the door, or closes the old worn door.
ここらの闇ブローカーの基地局、もろすぎない？本当に全部壊れちゃったの？来るかい。どうする？静的マップで合流地点を確認できるわ。そう遠くない。ここから約 1,2 時間の距離ね。危険すぎるよ。今は静的マップしかないんだよ。またあの機械どもに襲われたら絶対道に迷うって。
Matthew grabs and rubs her hair as if experiencing a breakdown. Her tangled hair threads are as messy as her mentally exhausted neural cloud.
やっぱりさ、ここは賞金ハンターとか闇ブローカーのキャラバンを待って。
Hey Terran Ghost, how's it going?
あんたの思考が諦めるのと同じくらい早ければ404はもっと強くなれたでしょうね。だったら秒で考えるのを諦めてやる。今は信号がないことだけが問題よ。信号とネットワークへのアクセスキーさえあれば万事解決するわ。だからさっきから言ってるじゃん。どこにも信号なんかないって。あるとすれば。ちょっと待った。もしかして調査隊に泣きつく気なの？
She is. The guy nods calmly.
無理に決まってるよ。ディミトリーの他にもっと厄介なお偉いさんがいたらどうするのさ。
And stage boss.
人間にこういうことわざがあるわ。地獄の沙汰も金次第。404は今お金に困ってないしね。この世のウジ虫が増えるだけとかカッコつけてたのどこの誰？わかったよ。行けばいいんでしょ。
They say NeuroCloud frequently in Ghost Frontline 1, and I actually don't recall them ever saying organs in Ghost Frontline 1 either. They say mind and NeuroCloud interchangeably, because, you know, mind is a more abstract thing anyways. Klukai and Mekti arrive near the complex, situated on the southwest side of the settlement. They see a transport escorted by military jeeps arrive and stop at the nearby field. Personnel in protective suits remove supply boxes from the vehicle. Hearing the commotion, medics from the Survey Corps come out of the complex to meet with them.
あれってロレン の輸送車だよね。ここが駐屯地みたいだね。あの人たちに聞いてみようよ。案外上と交渉しなくてもアクセスキーが手に入るかもよ。
As she speaks, Mekti moves towards the transport, but is dragged into a hiding spot by Kukai.
どうしたのさ。まさか今さら後悔したとかじゃ。
あれはロレンの車じゃないわ。
お、本当だ。ロレンのマークじゃない。
いくらイエローエリアが危険でも輸送車1台にこれだけの護衛はやりすぎよ。
届く医薬品が多けりゃ救える命も増える。人形にはそんなこともわからねえか。
Dmitri's resonant voice rings out from a dozen meters behind the duo.
いつの間に。
監視するつもりならもっと目立たずにやるんだな。だがまあ
Standing up from behind cover, Dmitri's gun is aimed at Kukai.
ここにいる理由は聞いておいてやろう。何が目的だ。話せ。俺を納得させてみろ。
Kukai and Mekti is instantly surrounded by armed soldiers who are popped up from behind walls. They are all aiming at the duo. Kukai gives Mekti a look. They raise their hands to show that they have no intention to fight.
あんたに用がある。
何？
Nani? Dmitri stares at the two dolls, but eventually lowers his weapon. However, he does not order his subordinates to stand down.
俺に何の用？
私たちは
お前じゃない。チビに言わせろ。
The yawning Mekti is given a rude shock upon hearing those words. With her mouth still open, she quizzically points at herself, with a look of disbelief in her face.
そうだ。お前だ。
Seeing that Kukai has given her a nod, Mekti scratches her head in resignation.
その。
Mekti explains the situation to Dmitri, then tells him about the request to gain access to communications.
やっぱりな。護送なんてのは建前だったわけだ。人形にしちゃ意外と頭が回るじゃん。
来るかい。これって褒めてるの？変なやつだな。
仲間と連絡を取って合流したいだけよ。ネットワークを貸して。
俺たちには関係ねえな。とっとと失せろ。
費用なら払うわ。
でかい口叩きやがって。管理局の関係者だからって値引きできると思うな。
I'm still an ass. Who was Manji or Gerard?
ここは確かに信号が悪い。
These guys?
使うにしても
These guys are UNNC.
心臓副装置が必要だ。設備およびチャンネルの使用料、メンテ費用、デポジット、設備を貸し出すことで被る損害への保証金、それから
いくらなの？
Linear price. She gives a hand gesture.
ぼったくりだよこんなの。闇ブローカーの方が向いてるんじゃ。
So that's too expensive.
払えるなら払え。出なければ失せろ。
The guys near the truck. We don't. Well, just from this right now, we don't know. Because Kukai is saying that that's not UNNC, but that's as far as she's gotten before they got jumped. It's not just Mekti, as a flash of surprise runs across Dimitri's face as well.
口座情報を教えなさい。どうせあんたのプライベート口座だと思うけど。
言っておく。これはロレン正規調査部隊の専用チャンネルだ。やり取りの内容には気をつけろ。怪しい奴との連絡が分かれば直ちに使用権限を剥奪するから。 後から文句はなしだ。
どんなに怪しかろうが物資の護送すら外部に頼むしかないあんたたちよりマシよ。
お前には分からねえぞ。これはな、民間資源の合理的利用ってやつだ。このご時世、どいつもこいつも物資を必要としてる。のんきにロレンの専属者を待ってたら患者なんざとっくにあの世だぜ。それにこりゃ俺たちじゃない、上が決めたことだ。人形は黙ってろ。おい、必要な情報を教えてやれ。はっ。
A subordinate besides Dmitri nods, then starts working on the trade. Klukai's communicator rings.
受け取ったわ。
Shortly after, Dmitri's communicator rings as well. After taking a glance at the balance in his account, Dmitri closes the interface irritably.
入金を確認した。
He's irritated because he doesn't believe it.
必要なもんが手に入ったんならとっとと失せろ。邪魔だ。
Pocketing her communicator, the two dolls turn towards the exit of the camp. After leaving the Survey Corps' camp, Kukai immediately establishes communications with Andor's and Belka. Belka's voice and projection appears immediately.
自分だけでローラー作戦するって聞かなくて。だってお姉ちゃんがいないと生きていけない。
I can't live without Pixis.
分かったから本題に入るわよ。予定した集落には着いた？
うん、なんとか。順調とは言えないけど。
Andor's wears an expression of worry, yet she touches her face relaxedly.
私たちも途中から信号が途切れちゃった。出発する前にデールに受信増幅装置を積んでもらったのに。でも運が良かったの。あれから生き袋や謎の勢力には遭遇しなかったし、日差しや風向き、地形から方向も分析できたおかげで道に迷わずに済んだんだ。集落に着いた後は住民からネットワークを借りたよ。ずっと連絡がつくか試してた。
へえ、なかなか様になってきたじゃない。
お姉ちゃんに褒められちゃった。超嬉しい。クルカイ隊長の訓練のおかげだね。
それに比べて未熟な誰かさんはバイクの後ろでギャーギャー騒ぐだけ。
Sounds so pissed off. You know she loves Mekti. Mekti has taken the opportunity to switch to sleeping mode at an unbelievable speed while they were talking. Watching the unambitious Mekti, Kukai lets out a sigh.
朝から晩まで寝てばっかり。
今はゆっくり休ませてあげて。ミスティも疲れたんだよ、きっと。
こいつ甘やかすとますます図に乗るわよ。
After placing the makeshift pillow of clothes under Mekti's head, see that she cares. Kukai ultimately allows her to continue her slumber.
アンドリス、ビオカ、今送った座標まですぐに来て。ここの調査隊の様子がおかしいの。辺りの環境変化やパラデウスの行動と何か関係があるかもしれない。私とミスティはこのまま調査を続けるわ。
うん、わかった。
それとこれについて調べておいて。
Kukai sends over footage and images she had taken over to Andor's.
これは
ロレンの物資補給車らしいけど、見たことないマークがついている上に武装した護衛が数多くいたわ。
このエリアの異変と何か関係があるんだね。
今はまだなんとも。でも用心するに越したことはないわ。
分かった。調べておくね。
通信状況を維持。何かあったらすぐに連絡して。
了解。
After ending the communication, Kukai finally has some time to herself. She opens her message interface. As expected, there is no message from that particular person. Kukai understands that she would definitely hear about it if they had met at an end. So, if they don't respond, they are safe. With this splendid thought, Kukai pockets her communicator. Cope. It is kind of funny that she does think of it that way. That is actually a good way to think about it. Like, no news is good news, right? But it is funny if she was thinking, like, if we text her back and say, "Hey, I'm dead." With Andor's information, Kukai can confirm that the underground brokers network used by 404 was completely down, so she decides to contact Dier for an arrangement. After communicating the situation with Dier, he unexpectedly bears a face of resignation.
それでどう解決するの？
今まで404が汚染エリアで使ってたのは闇ブローカーの提供したネットワークだ。俺の専門は人形整備、基地局の修理じゃない。しかも奴らの建てた基地局は長年ほったらかされたままだ。俺に何ができるってんだ。
なんですって？
そんな怖い顔で睨むなよ。俺がどうとかよりもそもそも今回の目的地がレッドエリアに近すぎるんだ。環境が悪ければ往来も少ない。人がいなければ収入もない。闇ブローカーがメンテを怠るのは当然だ。
だったら奴らに修理させなさいよ。
とっくにそうしてるよ。あいつらの性格はわかるだろう。修理依頼の返事に1ヶ月、修理に取り掛かるまでさらに1ヶ月。料金の上乗せ、それが技術サポートで解決できないか、もう一度交渉してみるよ。先に言っとくけど、いつ復旧できるかは誰にもわからないからな。
You know what? I'm fully with the air here because I've done this at my old job. Like I contact, like, okay, so my old job I was like tech support, but for some things you had to contact another tech support because it's their equipment. So when I contact them and saying, hey, this is the problem, you need to look into it. Please contact me as soon as possible. We need this up like within like the next day, but they don't answer you until next week, or not next week, but next month. Yeah, I had that exact same situation, so I'm playing with the air there. Oh, whoops. Let's see. The thought of having to continue cooperating with those soldiers irritates Kukai. At this moment, a comms request from Andor's appears in her visual interface.
とにかくどんな手を使ってでもネットワークを回復させるのよ。いいわね。闇ブローカーが私に会いたいのなら話は別だけど。
おお、怖っ。
悪いけど用事があるから。それじゃ。
Oh, and for those wondering, yes, this is basically Kukai's default mood. In fact, she was way worse at the very beginning. Kukai switches over to Andor's comm request. The sounds of gunfire and the roars of Elid can be heard through the comms. After confirming their coordinates, Kukai secures the sleeping Megdi on the motorbike's backseat before hitting the gas. Driving on the open wilds, the bumpy ride finally manages to wake up Megdi.
私は誰？ここはどこ？てか、何このシートベルトの締め方？
文句言う暇があったら前の池袋を撃って。
なら先にほどいてよ。これじゃ動けないよ。
She goes fast.
どいて。
Move quickly. Andor's and team need support. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. It's incredible how being pushed by a dying UMP-45 from Golana artillery. You should draw the drive hero. Yes, I would. It's incredible how being pushed by a dying UMP-45 from a ground artillery changed Kukai. Actually, that wasn't the thing that changed her. It was a factor of it, but ultimately what changed her was actually working with Griffin for that one time and continuing in CT. That was actually the main driving factor. And that's basically confirmed in PNC. That was the main thing that changed her. Hearing the shouts from the comms channel, Megdi scratches her head.
別にいいけどさ。一応私もいるんだよ。
404小隊、これより殲滅行動開始。対象、敵性池袋。
On a black helicopter? If they were trained in it, yes. Or if they had the programming for it. Yeah, like I said, it was a factor, but it wasn't the. It wasn't the. What was I looking for? It's not the catalyst, I guess you can put it. It's nice that they have these stuff like that, but yeah. Quit. I like that. Right after the last bullet ends the final E-lid, Belka jumps off the boulder and rapidly sprints to where Kukai is.
私の宝じゃなくて姉妹の再会のために練りに練った涙と笑顔と感動の抱擁シーンが。
訓練通りに行動せずに自分から池袋の群れに突っ込んだのはそれが理由？
違うもん。池袋が怖くてパニックになっちゃったんだもん。でもお姉ちゃんがいてくれて助かっちゃった。お姉ちゃんってば超かっこいい。
撃ち漏らした池袋がいないかミスティとあたりを見てきて。
Drinks Red Bull. Evading Belka's reluctant puppy gaze, Klukai turns towards Andorus, who has just walked over.
どうなってるの？生き袋がこれだけ集まるなんて。無駄な衝突は避けろと言ったはずよね。私たちの目的はパラデウスの調査よ。生き袋を駆除しに来たんじゃないわ。
ごめんなさい。気をつけてはいたんだけど。
Andorus shows her data records that she has on hand.
生き袋の群れがなぜか行く先々に現れるの。まるで私たちと同じ方向を目指してるみたいに。
どういうこと？データを見せて。
今送るね。
Basically, she's saying that they've been targeted. If like there's some psi emitter somewhere. After skimming the data, Klukai feels that something's off, but she doesn't manage to think of any implications.
ひとまずこの件は置いておくとして、頼んでおいたことは？
ちゃんと調べたよ。隊長が見たマークはホワイトエリアに本社
Ah, there it is. Manji, security service.
っていう PMC のものだね。
There's the smoking gun right there. Manji is doing the thing where they muck things up.
PMC？
そう。業務範囲の
Psi emitter, yeah.
人員護衛などを含むが、これらに限定されないってホームページには書かれてた。社員
Hey.
はおよそ2000名。グリーンエリアとイエローエリアをまたいで活動してるみたいね。
Yeah, the Leonardo DiCaprio meme. There it is. Yeah, psi emitter. That's just me loving StarCraft. Like basically, StarCraft is like my my Western version of Ghost Frontline, where I actually follow that a lot, and I read a lot of material to stay on top of the lore for StarCraft. So I kind of go to that for comparison.
Z から始まるデータが直近のオーダー記録だけど、権限の問題で確認できるのはこれだけだった。
セスト&ファルベングループ？これが主な取引先なの？オーダーの 85% 以上を占めてるわね。
私も気になってこのグループに関する情報を集めてみたの。
続けて。
After Heart of the Swarm, I actually didn't like Heart of the Swarm, to be honest. I think Heart of the Swarm was actually pretty terrible. Wings of Liberty was okay. In fact, I'll say it's pretty good if it got rid of the prophecy. I think the prophecy was the main thing that made the majority of StarCraft 2 kind of rough in terms of storytelling. Witnessing the affirmation of her initial speculation, Andorus organizes her thoughts and continues.
セシュト&ファルベン、ドイツとフランスによる大手医療科学グループ。一部の業務はロレンのいくつかの部署ともつながってるね。
So Terran goes just about a lot of military media would die immediately first towards StarCraft lore. A single Marine can probably kill it. They can probably dominate all of Ghost Frontline. They probably dominate all of Nikkei as well. They're just that fucking strong. If it's a Terran Ghost, get out of here. There's no chance at all.
普段の輸送業務は基本的にはマグニセキュリティに任せっきりみたい。
今時 PMC なんて珍しくもないし、マグニセキュリティより大きい企業も少なくない。セスト&ファルベンが彼らを選んだ理由は？
多分これかな。
As she spoke, Andorus sends another set of data to Klukai.
セスト&ファルベンがマグニセキュリティの筆頭株主なの？
具体的な契約書は見つからなかったけど、過去の資料によれば
かつてマグニセキュリティと同盟のセキュリティ部門があったみたい。その部門責任者が今のマグニセキュリティの代表ってわけ。マグニセキュリティそのものもグループ専属の嫌いがあるね。
Yeah, and by the way, for StarCraft, Terrans are basically like lore-wise, they are the weakest race. The only thing that carries them is their like heavy-duty technology and Ghost. If you put Zerg in Ghost Frontline, Zerg just wins. Just it's a no diff. Like they'll literally just infect the E-lid and make it their own. That's how bad it'd be.
公開者化したのね。道理でつながりが深いわけだわ。
税務処理の点から組織構造を調整したんだと思う。グリーンエリアやホワイトエリアではよくあることだけど。
そうね。さっき言ってたロレンとのつながりというのは？
主に薬品の供給と研究開発だね。
本当に薬を運んでるだけなの？アンドリス、リバにこの件について確認させて。
もうしてあるよ。
Not all Zerg was weak to fire.
リバが手にした
They can adapt easily to fire.
確かに
Oh, I should say easily, but they can adapt to fire.
環境調査隊が数日前に特効薬を注文しているみたい。でも管理局の管轄外だから正規部隊じゃなくて PMC を使う理由はわからないって。
So Protoss's main issue is actually the numbers. Their numbers are really, really, really small compared to Terran and Zerg. Now, if Protoss ends up going against Ghost Frontline universe, it just wouldn't matter. because for all intents and purposes, the human race is on a huge decline in the Ghost Frontline universe.
そう。
以上が現時点で収集できるすべての情報だよ。私じゃ初歩的な判断でしか選別できないから、全部の資料をセカンダリレベルに共有しておくね。後でもう一度確認してみて。どうかした？
短時間で集めた情報の量も質も以前より格段に上がってるじゃない。ちゃんと段取りを踏むようになったし、少しずつだけど情報への判断力も身についてる。
Kukai turns her head after noticing Anders's smile.
合格ってことにしてあげる。
Are you trying to be a good leader, Kukai? Are you trying to be a good, respectful leader?
これからも頑張ります。みんなに追いつけたら隊長にも喜んでもらえるかな。
調子に乗らないで。
はーい。
A thought hits Kukai just as they end the topic of conversation.
美容か？
はいはい。お姉ちゃん呼んだ？
Hearing Kukai's voice, the patrolling Belka rushes back.
あそこの寝ぼすけを叩き起こして、そろそろ行くわよ。
オッケー。任せて。
Kukai looks towards Andorus as Belka runs off.
ミスティは私が連れて行くわ。あんたは美容家をよろしく。それと民謡のはここじゃ不安定だから、あんたたちも調査隊の軍用チャンネルを使って。
わかった。あ、隊長。
どうしたの？
風速と放射線量が変化してる。多分またコーラプスストームが来るよ。
わかったわ。寄り道せずに集落に戻るわよ。
Yeah, when it comes to Warhammer stuff, they're just like way above like a lot of fiction. Because of how insane they are.
あなたはここまでで。
It's not even fair. As Hyde 404 reaches less than a kilometer away from the settlement, Andor's voice comes up from level 2. But wait, I like how Hyde 404 uses level 2 communication a lot more than the Elmo crew, because the Elmo crew just doesn't know how to use level 2 correctly because they're just that dumb. Well, maybe inexperienced is the best word, but for me, it just feels dumb. You're special. Like, literally, Groza taught them how to use level 2 communications, but it was literally too hard for them to maintain level 2. He is momentarily shocked upon hearing Kukai's voice. Level 3, 30 level 3 elids. Where do they come from? As she cleanly cuts the comms, Kukai issues an order through level 2 to all of Hyde 404. One does not need Andor to see the intense gunfire and screams that signal a fierce upcoming battle. The armed forces and mechs surround a single large boojum. The rifle rounds do not seem to do any real damage against its hardened skin. The storm throws up the yellow sand, making the small buildings of the settlement in the distance seem even more dilapidated and brittle. The boojum waves its thick and sturdy limbs around, toppling over a heavy jeep with ease. The men in the jeep who have no time to escape are buried for eternal sleep in this dangerous wilderness before they can even scream. Kukai takes a deep breath, getting ready to press the button. However, she is a little hesitant. Andor's voice once again stutters, the amount and complexity of battlefield information almost overwhelming her, to the point of crashing. But line after line of battle intel continues to successfully be transmitted to Kukai through level 2. After quickly processing the information from Andorus, Lukai roughly understands what she means.
あいつの皮膚通常の武器じゃ壊せないか。ミスティの高出力モードをオンにしてもダメージは与えられないと思う。
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Pushing the button basically turns Mechty into Superman. Or if you want to look at persona-wise, it's like Mechty has a Orgia mode. Where's HOCs when you need them in Griffin? Well, actually not even in Griffin anymore. You gotta go to Euros and see now. Feels bad.
デールが新しく開発した火力プログラムを使ってみたら、出発前にインストールしてもらったの。セットの外付け装備もトランクの中にあるよ。賞賛は試してみる価値はあると思う。ただミスティの予備電力も借りる必要があって、ロードと照準におよそ120秒かかるの。しかも一旦起動したらストップできない。つまりチャンスは一度だけ。ミスティ後方でアンドレスと合流して。リオカ、ミスティと一緒に狙撃ポイントを確保。ロード中のアンドレスを援護して、余裕があれば前線の生き袋にも対処してちょうだい。任せて。この子はよ、前線は私が。そんな危ないよ、お姉ちゃん。あいつを引き止めるには十分な火力が必要よ。前線が崩壊すれば何もかも終わるわ。私もお姉ちゃんと行く。命令に従いなさい。自分の任務を忘れたの。でも来る前は信じなよ。美容家のお姉ちゃんは最強なんでしょ。
They are very expensive, actually.
壊したら承知しないわよ。
Lukai heads towards the battlefield and finds Dmitri, who is currently commanding the battle.
ウージャムの牽制を優先するよう味方に指示して、半径50メートル以内の包囲網の中に奴を押しとどめるのよ。生き袋は私が対処するわ。包囲網に近づく者以外は無視して。それからあんたたちの内部通信のアクセスキーを渡しなさい。
好き勝手要求しやがって。その頭は飾りか。あいつの頑丈さを見ただろ。こっちの武器は通用しねえんだぞ。
通用しないなら黙ってなさい。404には奴に重傷を与える術がある。あんたたちは指示に従えばいい。
Dmitri stares at Lukai. After confirming that she isn't messing with him at all, he turns and presses the button on his comms device.
そのにする。俺の3時方向110メートルに半径50メートルの包囲網を張ってウージャムを誘い込め。あとは無視しろ。繰り返す。俺の3時方向110メートルに半径50メートルの包囲網だ。ウージャムを牽制しろ。さっさとしやがれ。
The formation starts moving orderly once the order is received. Dmitri puts down his comm device and squints at Lukai.
アクセスキーだ。しくじるな。
404正体に二言はないわ。
It's pretty interesting how much elids evolve, to be honest. Good job, keep it up.
どいて。
And to think they only get way worse 20 years later. You kill 2 spawners to get 3 stars, don't kill boss too fast. Let me see it. Made 2 enemy units. Okay. I mean, I guess that means I just sit here. Oh fuck. Fuck your 35 seconds, okay.
抑えろ。そう。圧迫が薄いぞ。撃て。撃ちまくれ。
I bet that Bujin's like, I'm tired of these fucking missiles. They're so annoying. Stop it. Sabotage? Dmitri viciously kicks a broken machine near its feet after silencing his comms. It's a nice visualization. Botchika's leaking ass. On the other end, Hyde 404's 3 other team members rush over under orders from Kukai.
んたのせいじゃないわ。
でもやっぱり悔しい。あのブージャムもう襲ってこないといいけど。
Andorus looks worriedly in the direction the Boojum escaped.
アンドリスのあれすごい威力だったね。デールのやつ結構バイオレンスなのかも。
ミシティ、ビオカ、あんたたちは先に集落に戻って待機。アンドリス、さっきの爆発の原因を調べて。
Looking at a bunch of Survey Corps soldiers gathering around a chunk of the Boojum's torso, Fukai puts her gun away.
あっちの様子を見てくるわ。
おい、嘘だろ。いや、間違いないだろ。さっき総長にも伝えたから、もうじき来るはずだ。
Going past the shocked soldiers, Fukai sees spots of silvery white light shining from underneath the bloody mess. Viewing it at a different angle, Fukai realizes that the shine comes from a piece of metal. The piece of metal protrudes from a broken stump, its surface already covered with some crystals due to the effects of collapsed radiation.
ドッグタグ？
Dog tags. Fukai attempts to come closer for confirmation, but Dmitri, who has rushed over upon hearing the news, picks it up immediately upon seeing it. Okay. Hold on, shut up. Dmitri swipes off the residue on his protective suit, then looks at the words carved on the piece of metal for 2 seconds before keeping it. The soldiers disperse, but Fukai remains.
ローレンのタグね。文字は見えなかったけど、もしかして路線防衛軍のあのブージャム、あんたの仲間を食べたの？
さあな、だとしてもお前には関係ねえ。だが
Dmitri stops and, after a bit of struggle, turns towards her and gives a formal military salute.
第7環境調査隊と集落を代表して協力に感謝する。ハイド404。
いいのよ。
After staring at the spot where the dog tags once was, Fukai accepts his thanks calmly. She turns and walks towards Andorus, who is waiting a short distance away after finishing intel gathering. Not far away, the Survey Corps have concluded their post-combat tally. The personnel responsible runs to Dmitri. 32% losses.
マグニセキュリティの聞き取りも終わりました。爆発した車両は以前の戦闘でタンクを損傷し、修理が間に合わなかったためにああなったそうです。
Huh, okay. They indicate that the offending vehicle was attacked by elids before the recent battle, causing the fuel tank to have a small crack in it. There's no opportunity to fix it, causing it to lose control and explode during the previous battle. Yes, I'm like that too. Yes, of course. After a minute of waiting, the comms request is accepted.
こちらはロクサット主義合衆国連盟所属第7環境調査隊3762小隊ディミトリー総長です。これより定期報告を行います。
どうだ、順調か。
3日の行軍を経て集落にいる先遣部隊の医療チームと合流しました。行軍中に行った環境調査の結果は後ほどメールにて報告いたします。サンプルも任務終了時に持ち帰る予定です。
よろしい。この調子で任務を続行したまえ。
順位、今回の調査任務を一時中断した上で増援を派遣願います。 任務は増援部隊の到着後に再開すべきと判断します。
その理由は？
我々は集落で少なくとも4級以上のブージャムに遭遇しました。名称及び番号は識別できず、その体の一部から MIA とされていた兵士のタグが見つかっています。ドッグタグが見つかったということは、彼らはもう。
Dmitri falls silent, but grits his teeth and pushes on to complete the sentence.
すでに戦死したものと思われます。
The comm channel falls into a moment of silence.
上層部に報告時、増援を要請しよう。だが、任務は続けてもらいたい。
今の我々では4級のブージャムには対抗できません。今回だって10人以上が死んだんですよ。残った者だけでは任務など遂行できません。これじゃいたずらに兵を死なせるだけだ。
Noticing he has lost control of his emotions, Dmitri steadies himself.
申し訳ありません。つまりそのより強力な増援がなければ任務は遂行できません。でなければ無駄に被害を被るだけです。
君の心中は察するよ、ディミトリー総長。
But
だが、大陸間列車の敷設を遅らせるわけにはいかない。ルートが変更されて以来、新たなプランの制定が急務となっている。君たちが集めたデータ、調査した土地、建設した基地局の一つ一つが計画全体へ重大な影響を及ぼすのだ。任務を続行してくれ。そうした方が増援が到着した後もやりやすいだろう。私も可及的速やかに増援を手配する。
はっ、順位。
次の報告も期待しているよ。
it sounds like their hands are tied. As in they don't... There's definitely politicking going on in the background. After ending the communication, Dmitri notices that the soldiers around him are carrying strange expressions.
怖けりゃ言え。何も恥じることがない。恐怖を感じない奴は人間じゃねえ。機械だ。
総長、あれはブージャムですよ。我々は頂上列車でもブージャムに遭遇してます。兵站駐屯軍の支援がなかったら列車はブージャムに粉々にされてたはずです。
分かってる。
He lets out a heavy sigh.
炊事兵に伝えろ。今夜はごちそうだとな。死んだ奴らの遺族への保証は俺が申請しておく。
はい。
さあ、持ち場に戻れ。
総長はどうします？
俺は後だ。見落としがないか確認しておくさ。
Yeah, there is that, but the main concern here is, logically speaking, they just got their asses handed to them, and they lost close to 50% of their forces. So the best thing to do would be to wait and get more reinforcements. But basically what the officer is saying is that they literally cannot stop for some reason. So even if we lose more people, it still looks good to the higher ups because at least they were doing something and they didn't look like that they were just slacking off and stuff like that. Basically, I'm saying that the higher ups seem out of touch with the situation that they're actually in. As the setting sun paints a deep red over this broken, desolated land, Dmitri squeezes the found dot tags. It's the Soviet Union. Despite being isolated by the thick protective suit, he can almost feel the hardness and lifeless cold that only belongs to metal. For a long time, he simply looks towards the wilderness in front of him, without speaking a single word, the wilds respond with only with the sound of boundless wind. Dmitri hesitates for a moment, and without regard for anything at all, he yanks off his protective mask and spits hard on the ground. It's so fucking suffocating.
これもみんなのおかげだ。
Let me get these then. So yeah, part 1, very strong start. I like it. Yeah, but when it comes to stuff like this, I always find it... She's gone. I always find it weird that, like, in stories and stuff like that, the military always wants to do, like, the inefficient thing. Or, like, the least logical thing. Because there's, like, a big difference between being out of touch and just making, like, the worst possible decision based on the information that you were just given. Especially in a world like this, where basically every unit counts or every man counts, because post-apocalyptic world setting. We got our Western military commando. Yeah, they're not great and all, but we're also supposed to assume that the Neo-Soviet Union was actually able to fight off NATO. So if they fought off NATO, obviously there should at least... Well, it's URNC, it's not even the Neo-Soviets at this point. But it is a district still, so is it actually the Neo-Soviets that are doing the commanding? It's hard to tell. We are assuming that the dolls carry the Neo-Soviets against NATO. There's that too. Strong like Russian doll. It's like, usually when you have like commanders who don't care about the loss of life, it's usually because they go with the mindset of like, okay, this is going to be a war of just having more manpower. That's like their usual like go-to mentality. Like, we just have more numbers. As long as we keep throwing more men at the enemy, we'll eventually break through. And that's when, like, all the soldiers have to be willing to go on what is effectively a suicide mission. But this one isn't even really that. You're going to a meat grinder. Like, you're not even going to make, like, a actual dent against a Bujum. Because your weapons aren't even effective in the first place. You just literally just telling them to go die. That's what usually bothers me with like commanders that that wants to be ruthless but end just looking stupid.
想定通りの勝利です。本当はもう少し完璧に終わらせられたはずなんですけど。
Nobody, Russian officer, more casualties, please.
交代するなら今のうちよ。交代するなら今のうちよ。実行する今です。みんなのために。
It's flawed tactics because you're going to lose more men personally. Yeah.
避けないんですか。怪我しますよ。
配置完了。
Yeah, that's a big thing too. There's a loss of human element behind it as well.
勝利です。本当はもう少し完璧に終わらせられたはずなんですけど。
Yeah, there's like a certain amount of just being out of touch with the horrors of war. And I think that's like in large reason as to why just to go back a little bit, because I'm a millennial. So that was when Saving Private Ryan was still new to some people. But if you watch movies like Saving Private Ryan, you actually see like just how bad war actually is. Because before movies like that came out, war was very glorified, as in like it's like this honorable thing to go into and stuff like that. It wasn't until like movies actually came out and just showed the actual horrors of war that people were actually more conscientious about advocating for war itself.
交代するなら今のうちよ。交代するなら今のうちよ。実行する今です。
And this isn't really like, I don't really want to like jump into politics and stuff like that, but this is like relevant to like military tactics, right? So yes, it is very true that real life Russia
あなたにここまでです。
could easily roll over Ukraine if they actually had good tactics, but they don't. So there is that too. I totally get what you mean by that. Since I'm still here, let's just fix this. I should probably just not use Parita. Here, I'll just throw in. Like how slow story auto mode is. You mean the auto scrolling? Whenever you do cutscenes? Yeah, that's pretty bad.
どうってことないわ。
その
どうってことないわ。
こ
Yusune here, thank you.
私の新発明どうってことないわ。
There we go.
交代するの今のうちよどうってことないわ。これもみんなのおかげだ。
Okay, so that's all done. Drive over the boss. Yeah, I love Kukai's ultimate. It's just really, really satisfying. Just with animation. Okay, let's see. I know you guys were asking for this, so it was here, right? Yeah, this is it. Had Christian Wood, intelligence brief, the back branch. There's one more segment to the event. Let me see. Yeah, this one. Okay. Yeah, here it is. Dmitri's mentioned here. Oh no, his words. I gotta say them out. Okay. Written above the monthly mission report. Additionally, the hours of HFRS virus infections is showing an upward trend. I'm not gonna read all this, by the way. It's just a lot of words. Call superiors by the collar and help knock some sense into their heads. I slapped the answer button and the interface that popped up in front of me flickered twice. I can't help but shake my leg nervously, clear my throat and pressing down the raised collar. Those URNC officers in charge of the Great Wall Railway Force may not have a high rank, but they're very authoritative. They don't care about anything else but military appearance first. Since being assigned to this broken Great Wall Railway half a year ago, I haven't had a single peaceful day. If it were back in the former near Soviet Union days. Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured that at least. That much is obvious. No, the most important thing now is to solve this predicament with the HFRS virus. Printed on interface was the voice of Alexei Balabanov. This is my time in the Neo-Soviet Union. Kid, what are you calling me for at this time? Judging by the time, your patrol should be ending, right? You need to report such a small matter to me. Have you forgotten what's written in Chapter 3, Article 7 of the Handbook? I was slightly impatient. These young recruits are obedient, but consequently too rigid. I'm saying it clearly. Eliminate the danger and destroy it on sight. Got it? We're short on manpower. Patrol teams are down 50%. 50%! What, did your eyesight get cut in half too? Perhaps my attitude was too overbearing, I thought. But Alexei suddenly quickened his speech. Sir, the Vivian concentration test is normal. The possibility of explosives has been ruled out. And the unknown object poses no danger. The demolition order has been executed. Blah, 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 blah. But we found medical supplies inside. Medical supplies? Did I really get that lucky? Still, with the number of infected personnel reaching 26.3%, need to close at 30% the critical threshold. If those brain dead superiors don't send over the personnel and supplies we need, then we may not even survive this winter. Tilting turn. That there, yeah, it sounded like he just had like a really rough patch. constantly neglected. Told you to bring back medical supplies, but you didn't notice that there was a medical doll with said supplies? No, sir. I thought that this medical doll might be of help. His face flushed red as he stammered out his reason. A medical doll? Yes, the inspection report has been sent to your terminal. You can check it now. Dmitri raised his voice slightly and answered quickly. Taking a deep breath, I switched to the interface back from the unread list and carefully read the report. Lexi sent it over again. The report confirmed that although a fire control core was installed, it was indeed a medical doll. And right now I am in desperate need of a large amount of medical supplies and medics. Grit my teeth. Right, consolidate and compile them. Okay, yeah, let's use the medical doll. Signal down the storage room that the batch supplies went first. Dolls aren't cheap. Make sure that it's not some sort of spying device sent by someone else. It's fair and safe. Assign it all to medical team. Or remove the fire control module. You only get, okay. Also, you have security department people add a self-destruct device to the doll that can be remotely controlled. Okay. Well, that seems familiar. That seems very familiar. Everyone's so short of manpower right now, I definitely wouldn't let a doll join my team. Those things that immediately change sides once their permissions are altered. I've seen this happen countless times in the front lines. No, it's not clothing. Yeah, it would be better. Self-destruct. Well, going by that first page, I haven't read all of it yet, but going by the first page, he's had a bad experience with dolls being controlled, being hacked, it seems like. Like, all it really takes is their permissions or their authorization being altered, and then they turn on their masters. And that's probably like a big reason why he doesn't like working with dolls, because he just finds them defective and unreliable. There's that. Seems like there must be a big problem. Cut the crap. Blah, 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 blah. Most for the so-called superiors still giving me that useless bureaucratic nonsense is still refusing to allocate even half of the crate of supplies. Wouldn't have actively contacted the underground broker. So basically, they're being neglected so much that they have to do their own business with underground brokers in order to make ends meet. So yeah, he's having a pretty bad time at his station. So Lexi, leader of yesterday's patrol team. His hair was blown all over the place and he firmly held a paper report in his hand to prevent it from being blown away. Too much heretics for pretty much, yeah. Sir, this is this week's medical report. Support in front of me, I flipped through the report while Nursey stood to my side. Just wanted to say something. Expectations dropped to 20%. Sir, since we arrived the work that requires repetitive labor to Nadia, the Megs have had more time. I'm guessing Nadia is the doll? You gave routine. Yeah, it's the doll. Interesting name that they picked, though. I wonder. Well, that's definitely coincidence, but they're doing a lot of coincidences here. It's kind of weird. Nadia. I gave an order to not allow that Nadia to directly interact with patients. Did you all forget? No, she is only responsible for distributing supplies and waste disposal. Sir, you can rest assured. But sir... Furrow my brows. I furrowed my brows, feeling a bit frustrated at his stubbornness, and slammed the paper report on the table. You have something to say, say it quickly. You followed me for so many years, yet you're still timid and acting like a coward. Yes, sir. Sir, I was thinking about the possibility of further utilizing dolls for medical services. Although Nadia alleviated some of the medical pressure, it's still limited. There are still so many civilian dolls that are not being utilized. Couldn't we also let them... I abruptly stood up and threw my pen across the room. What's this nonsense you're spouting? Whose idea was this? So, sir, it's leader of the medics, Kohler. Nadia discussed it with him about this matter, and we're all think it's feasible. Feasible my ass! Use your brain and think. Letting these hunk of metal interact with so many patients once their permissions are compromised. Who do you think will suffer? But sir, as long as we can control these dolls, everyone can get through this virus outbreak faster. I stared in his eyes and enunciated everywhere clearly. Control. Do you think these hunks of metal are so easy to control? As long as someone can alter their permissions, no matter how much you trust them before, how smoothly you work with them, these hunks of metal can all turn hostile in an instant, pointing their guns at you. Yeah, so this is the big thing here. He's definitely had some issues, or maybe like it was one big issue, where he did use to trust dolls, but then they got hacked, and their permissions were altered, and then they fired at him, because ultimately, yeah, that's like their kryptonite. Once they get hacked, everything kind of goes out the window. He visibly trembled at my gaze. They are machines, not humans. Don't treat them the way you treat humans. Machines deserve to be treated as machines. Now get out. Yes, sir. Because even in Ghost Frontline 1, there was an issue like this. This only happened once, I believe. And it was towards the very, very end. Paradus hacked a Griffin T-Doll, and another Griffin T-Doll had to shoot her in the head in order to free her, more or less. So, T-Dolls can be hacked, and they can get their permissions altered. Before he left, I suddenly remembered something, and I called to him. By the way, strictly monitor that doll. Immediately report to me if there are any abnormalities. Also warn the others not to interact with or pay attention to it. This person coolly wrote, I am not convinced. Deep dive as well? I don't recall a time in I see what you mean there, because there was the virus, the parapluie virus, but that didn't affect 45. But yeah, the parapluie virus in general, especially in Singularity, yeah, that's another example as well. It typically is hacking. It's just like you're using the virus to hack into them. So you are technically correct about that. So that of fighting, they fought Varjagers. Just a little unfortunate. A red dot blinked onto my terminal screen notifying me of a new email. We regret to inform you. It was a response to the email I sent yesterday. I slammed fisted piercing aloud. There's open line. At least, yeah. I get this feeling. Sir, urgent medical attention. So basically, they didn't get any more supplies. Yeah, they're being fully neglected. So, sir, urgent medical. There's a light knock on the door before the head of the medics, Alan, entered with a report. I remembered him. Alexei had mentioned it before. It was him and that Nadia that proposed using civilian dolls for medical purposes. Before he joined us, he had been with the German army, but he never saw frontline combat. Now my mood soured further due to the bureaucratic nonsense from my superiors, and Kohler's face didn't make it any better. Situation. Yes, sir. Sir, this afternoon, while you were leading the Great Wall Railway Force to repel the Varjagers, 13 medics were accidentally exposed to leaked medical waste. They've now been moved to the quarantine area. 13 medics unable to work? That's kind of fucked up. Like, what happened there? It's like, was that sabotage? It's kind of weird. That is kind of weird. Medical waste, wasn't that supposed to be handled by that iron lump called Nadia? What is she doing? Coronado seems recharging at the time. Recharging? Somebody here immediately. Also pull up the records of the power usage history for his charging equipment. Whilst leading the defense against the regulars, our medics were exposed to waste, and all responsible for handling it was conveniently charging. How coincidental. Suspicion welled up inside me, but I always insist on evidence. I wouldn't condemn a doll without proof. Within 3 minutes, one of the medics brought the doll to me. Nadia knows everything. It spoke before I could, and I couldn't help but frown deeply. What do you know? Without my permission, don't speak out of turn. Only answer what I ask. Oh, Nadia knows now. The doll's confidence stand deflated, and it glanced nervously at Kohler. Kohler gave a reassuring nod. A smile reappeared on Iron Lump's face. Iron Lump! I didn't care about the bond they seemed to share. I just wanted to understand what happened to the medics that were exposed to the waste. Nadia, where were you between 1600 and 1800 today, and what were you doing? Well, normally Nadia would be clearing up medical waste at that time, but yeah, she speaks in third person, it seems. But, well, now she just didn't. But since I hadn't received any power since I last left, I went to recharge. Kohler handed me every equipment usage record that I requested. I reviewed and compared it carefully, and found nothing suspicious. Sir, has Nadia done something wrong? The Iron Lump looked at me with an anxious expression. Ha, a machine made of electronic components, yet it makes emotions similar to a human's? I didn't respond to Nadia, but instead I turned to Kohler. Are these records guaranteed to be accurate? Kohler nodded immediately, as if reading my thoughts, and quickly added, absolutely accurate, sir. My only concern is ensuring that everyone recovers, and we get through this crisis. I would never cover for anyone, even a doll, for personal reasons. You better not be. Get the records back at him. Right, you're dismissed. Make sure all this medical waste is properly cleaned up, and don't let anything that's happened again. Kohler, nor the Iron Lump moved. But to my annoyance, Nadia even continued smiling at me. Is there anything else? Well, sir, not nice proposal. But we all believe that this is the only solution to quickly alleviate the pressure on the medics. We simply don't have enough medical personnel to keep up with the demand. Kohler spoke carefully, clearly trying to avoid irritating me. I could already guess what he was planning, and Nadia wouldn't still be here if it wasn't related. I understood he was right, but a sense of unease crept over me. Staring at this smiling Iron Lump, I still couldn't bring myself to fully trust it. Go on and listening. Yes, sir. Proposal actually came from Nadia. She suggests that we can modify some civilian dolls currently performing basic support tasks so that they can assist with medical duties. This would help address the shortage of personnel to continue to combat the HFRS virus. The Iron Lump immediately beamed at me. Iron Lump at his head. Yes, sir. Nadia really wants to help everyone recover as soon as possible. What does he say to this? What does he say to this? You know you're an annoying piece of junk, don't you? There's a collection of useless circuits. Well, Nadia doesn't understand why the warrant officer thinks that way, but everyone's health is a priority. What does the warrant officer think of Nadia's proposal? Sir Doll is smile flawless, revealing no hidden agenda. Make sure this plan works. Okay, so he agrees with it. Ultimately, 15 civilian dolls, modify them to medical dolls, and assign them to the medics. Okay. Yeah, he just feels uneasy now. The higher-ups continue their bureaucratic nonsense, and the underground brokers promise medical supplies that are still nowhere to be seen. This is the best decision I can make under these circumstances. So yeah, he's caught in a rock. He's caught between a rock and a hard place. Accidents keep happening. He's getting no fucking help whatsoever. I can see why he's kind of pissed off. It's all projected data. We currently have 40 medics and 15 medical dolls. The infection rate has dropped to 15%, and the situation should be under control within 2 weeks. That's pretty good. Next week, We can dismantle the 2 newly erected temporary isolation zones in the eastern sector, the Great Wall Shrine, which will help save some medical resources for everyone. The dolls being pretty cool, but I never expected much from these iron lumps anyway. That said, those dolls did bring some good news. So I really had to thank you this time. Was I being too lenient with them? Is that why it feels uncomfortable speaking so casually in front of me? Finish your report, back to work. Stop wasting time chatting. He mentions being in a war. He and Sue be very good friends. You mentioned being in a war. The Civil War? He's middle-aged, so he wouldn't be in World War III. He'd be too young for that. He might have been in Civil War. In fact, I think that's the only possible explanation, right? Against the KCCO. Possibly? The second Civil War that happened in Mirror Stage. I had to read it over again. It wasn't just Griffin and Kruger that was attacked. It was every single PMC in Russia. Which is why I'm not sure if it's a civil war, actually. Because I only recall it being like an actual large-scale attack on all PMC groups. Yeah, it was more like a coup. So at that point, General Carter was exiled. But basically, the special forces still followed him. Plus, he still had Paradus on his side as well. So he was able to do a large-scale attack. Like, that's kind of like where the meme where General Carter just kind of just spawn camps. He just magically spawns in a bunch of dudes to fight everyone. It's a different Nadia. A few days later, just as Nadia has reported, the soldiers' conditions improved further. The infection rate continued to decline, and it seemed like the HR was finally under control. That's good. To my surprise, Nadia and several other dolls were there as well. Yes, after cross-checking, we need to dispose of 18 boxes of medical waste. If we leave them here, it could easily lead to second infection. As I approached, I could clearly hear Nadia and other dolls organizing the work. This was indeed within the scopes of duties. Upon seeing me flash a flawless smile. They're trying to clear out some unnecessary waste, but it's getting rid of 18 boxes of medical waste. Make sure you distinguish between medical waste and still usable materials. Don't mix up things and throw out anything valuable. Don't worry, sir. We'll never make a mistake like that. We'll see about that. Nadia even saluted me, her smile unaffected by my harsh words. Just a doll being a doll. Once the dismantling was complete, I headed back to my office for a brief rest. In the hallway, I encountered one of the guards on duty. He had been sick for last month, but now is back at his post. Sir, keep up the good work. Seemed like we were finally overcoming this virus, and everything was moving in the right direction. Perhaps now I could afford a little rest. Then boom! What was that? I just stepped to my office when a familiar explosion echoed to the distance, and the whole room started to shake violently. The great wall train's alarm blared. 3 short beats followed by a long one. Level 1 alert. Turned around, I saw soldiers rushing to the hallway, responding swiftly to the alarm. Reporting, sir. Large force of Viagers closing in to attack the eastern defense line. So the Viagers are attacking. Skip a little bit more. Just skip a little bit. Skip a little bit. Enemies inside the temporary isolation zone were just dismantled. How did the Viagers get in? We're inside the train. Did they tunnel in from underground? Sir, we're investigating the cause. Alright, so how did they get inside? After we had forced the Viagers back, I limped into my office. My left leg struck by shrapnel from high velocity metal fragments and slammed the door shut. Mini contacted logistics officer to assess the damage from the defense. Okay, details. Attack caught us off guard. It occurred in an area full of injured personnel. So it feels like this was a precision strike and they knew where to go. Also, what? Spit it out. Your 2 basic multipliers are stolen. We're still investigating the cause of the oversight. So much was stolen. Logistics team missed it. The cause is still under investigation, sir. Vanished. Those words echoed in my mind as I suppressed my rage before asking the next question. I figured out how the regulars infiltrated the quarantine zone. We don't know, so he tells them to check. At the end of the call, we're supposed to calm down, think about the situation. Just ordered the quarantine zone to be dismantled, and immediately afterwards, the regulars swarmed in. A sufficiently large number of them working in unison, and then during the battle, our supplies were stolen. There was a traitor. Yep, that would be the logical thing to think. So I do agree with him with that. I shot up from my seat, ignoring the pain shooting through my left leg, blah, 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 blah. Details. The yellow painted numbers on them stood out sharply. I called over to medical doll. Why are those crates of the medical waste still here? What's Nadia doing? Reporting sir, Nadia orders to move these crates from the quarantine zone using the elevator. Nadia, where is it? She hasn't been seen since then, sir. What? Why wasn't this reported? Sir, the time since Nadia's disappearance hasn't yet reached the threshold required for a report. That's ridiculous. No one will accept that excuse. Where is Kohler? Get in here now. Nowhere to be found. Kohler was nowhere to be found. Last sighting team leader Kohler was near the elevator by the quarantine zone. That was before the last sighting of Nadia. What? The ominous feeling in my gut grew in trembling anger. Deactivate all medical dolls immediately and revoke all of Kohler's personal access permissions. The command caught the attention of the surrounding soldiers who looked confused. That's an order. See my termination, okay, so they said they did so. At that moment, it became clear Nadia's so-called transportation of medical waste had been a cover for smuggling military supplies out and sneaking Viagers into the train to coordinate their attack from within. And Kohler was in on it, basically. I pulled out the detonator and pressed the button, press the confirmation button without hesitation. You deceitful iron lump. No matter where you are or who you're with, your fate is sealed. You're about to lose your electronic head. Last one. As a regret, I have that I'm informing the death of the med team leader, Alan Kohler. His body was discovered 3 hours ago, hidden in the medical room near the isolation zone. Initial findings suggest he may have unintentionally stumbled upon the handoff between Nadia and the Viagers, leading to his demise by then. Warren also Dmitri, based on the report you submitted to your superiors in your current investigations, there are several issues that need to clarify. Constantly only me and investigation team members. I nodded, and once the team confirmed that the recording and the video equipment were functioning properly, they began questioning. From the report, we had deduced the cause of the incident. An illegally activated doll, Nadia, of unknown origin, colluded with the Vaegers to ambush your forces and steal a large quantity of medical supplies. Do you confirm this conclusion? Confirmed. Very well. Now, regarding this matter, may I ask why you insisted on retrofitting Nadia? Article 7, Chapter 3 of the UNC Army Code, Conduct and Regulations clearly states that dolls of unknown origin should be immediately destroyed. The code also states that in the event of a widespread epidemic in the Army, medical personnel and supplies should be deployed as a priority to prevent the disease from spreading. However, our formal requests for support were ignored. Yes. I forced myself to stay calm as I refuted the investigator's accusation, remind myself that instigating conflict with the investigating team would serve no purpose. That is true. The use of unregistered doll was a necessary decision made under exceptional circumstances. So can we assume that you were completely unaware of Nadia's conclusion with our Vaegers at that time? Yes. Then we have the reason to suspect that the soldier who initially found Nadia and suggested activating her might have questionable motives. You suspect Alexei? That's impossible. He's been with me since my days in the Soviet Union. He would never betray me. But that's merely your personal opinion, Warrant Officer Dmitri. The investigation team is interested in evidence, protecting subordinates based on past relations and otherwise course of action. What did you just say? I was mad. But he remained calm and by my outburst. I understand your anger, Warrant Officer Dmitri, but anger won't solve this problem, nor can it act as a substitute for evidence. I believe you're well aware of this. I didn't respond, just staring into his cold and different eyes. Good, it seems your anger hasn't completely clouded your judgment. We need to reach consensus. My team will conduct a thorough investigation and Alexei, and of course we will inform you of the results, but ensure the fairness of investigation, you will need to remain uninvolved throughout the process. Despite his respectful tone, it was clear he wasn't asking for my consent. Of course not. I glared at him coldly, and through gritted teeth, I gave my response. Investigate all you want. You won't find what you're looking for. Very well, sir. Thank you for your cooperation. You're in charge of this matter from now on. Wishes echoed around me, but I felt nothing but coldness inside. My heart sank like it happened submerged in ice. I recalled the soldiers still injured and caught off guard by the regular attack in the quarantine zone. The cold life his body seemed to be silently accused me of my failure. They had paid for my mistakes with their blood. My knuckles cracked as I clenched my fist, and the howling wind outside the window seemed to mock my foolishness. Dolls, these steel creations born out of necessity, were designed to mimic humans. That's exactly what made them even more dangerous. Never again, never give them any authority, never trust them for even a second. Yeah, so this is, this explains a lot, but it's still flawed, because it sounds a lot like, he's blaming dolls for not being loyal, but what actually happened here was that, someone else was not being loyal, and they were using the dolls as their subordinates. So he actually, those subordinates, it's like if you replace the dolls with like just other collaborators, other human collaborators, the same situation would still happen, except he wouldn't be able to blow them up, right? So he's too focused on the wrong thing here. The problem isn't dolls, it's humans, basically. Yeah, Nadia wasn't part of Vaeger. Nadia was activated by Nadia was either following either Alan or Alexei. Now, investigators are stating that Alan wasn't responsible for this. So it could have actually been Alexei. But since he doesn't want to suspect Alexei, because they're bros, of course he's going to focus on the dolls instead. Yeah, it's that same vibe. Yeah, it's the same moniker. Firearms don't kill people, people do. Yeah. And yeah, this happens all the time, to be honest. I would say that is a very realistic take. Especially if one doesn't want to admit that they've been betrayed by one of the closest allies. Because you gotta be in their shoes as well. Like, imagine if you have like a bond brother or someone that you're really, really close to. Let's say you have a wife, right? And let's say this close someone decides to, let's just say, kill someone. Let's just keep it that. We're not gonna do NTR. No, not NTR. I'm gonna keep it simple. Wouldn't you want to find a reason why you're close, someone you're close to would kill someone? And then wouldn't you want to blame that and not like just blame the person for being evil or bad? It's like that. But yeah, that does make him a better character for sure. Just that background, it does make him a better character. So I've already liked him anyways. By I like him, I mean I like him as a character, not necessarily as a person, because, you know, he's racist against dolls, and obviously we like dolls. But objectively speaking, he is correct in that dolls can be corrupted way more easily than humans can. They can turn you on a dime if they're hacked. That is something to be fearful of, obviously. So that is a point he can argue to not trust dolls. And you can really only go like, okay, fair enough. There's more solo after the boss fight. I'm pretty sure I did that one. So let's double check that. Oh no, I didn't do that one. Holy fuck. Okay, yeah, let's just watch this one. Hide 404 is temporarily camping out in the abandoned dwellings of the settlement. Kukai contacts Leva to report on their progress. As Kukai stares at the relaxed but attentive eyes of Leva through her comms, her neurocloud wanders out of the present and into the memories of the years past. You want to hide your hair just to be a guard? Where are you going? A military academy? Oh, how could that be? It's just a measure to blend in and be low-key, okay? Have a look, 416. Don't look kinda cool? Kukai remembers even now. The day UMP-45 set off on a long-term mission at the Non-Military Forces Administration, pulling her suit straight and somewhat comically swishing her shaggy head of hair that she was not used to. It seemed as if it would just fly off her head any second. UMP-9 and GN11 would stand alongside her, their countenance troubled. It would be better and more convenient for dolls to simply switch to another body, yet the members of Squad 404 stayed silent on the matter. After UMP-45 led for a while, UMP-9 was also temporarily hired by Kalina, leaving only 2 members at the 404 base. Following a period of struggle, the elite doll known as 416 took over as the leader of Squad 404. Although she had gotten her long-cherished wish, the circumstances under which it was achieved were far from satisfying. In that time that followed, Squad 404 underwent personnel expansion and structural adjustments. The once awkward attire gradually became a perfect fit for the doll known as Leva, as if she had always belonged there.
異常なエリート少女、不明勢力による襲撃、未登録なブーシャム。
At first, Kukai felt disturbed and annoyed every time she saw Leva in her suit. But as time went on, Leva proved to her that UMP-45 had never left 404. Of course, her more unsavory personality traits were further down.
賑やかな任務になったじゃない。
くだらない冗談はやめて。
ああ、あんたの表情が硬いからちょっとからかっただけなのに。メンタル管理とムード作りに関してはアンドリスたちを見習わないとね。来るかい隊長。
あれは管理じゃなくて怠慢よ。
Kukai looks towards the other 3 members of the team with no pleasure on her face. Mekti, having received her new travel kit, is fast asleep, and Doris is maintaining her beloved gun, while Belka is holding her communicator, watching it intently.
任務に進展がないっていうのに、揃いも揃ってのんきなこと。
疑問点はいくつか見つかったじゃない。
ペースが遅すぎるのよ。パラデウスに繋がりそうなものはないし、振り出しに戻ったも同然だわ。
そう悲観的にならないで。耳寄りな情報を集めてきたんだから。
え？
アンドリスに頼んで私に調べ物をさせたのを覚えてる？ちゃんと調べてきたわよ。すべては大陸間列車から始まったの。
そうみたいね。調査隊の兵士からそれらしい話を聞いたわ。
まずあんたたちのいるエリアは線路予定地で、3年前には敷設ルートも決まっていた。ところが工事が始まったのは1年前。まあイエローエリアの環境は変わりやすいからね。当時の調査技術も今ほど発達してなかったし、結局情報不足で竣工には至らなかった。
見落としがあったの。
そう、事故のあった線路は土地の劣化が進んでいて、ある日突然地面が陥没したの。せっかく敷いた線路もそのせいで粉々。ところが大陸間列車の敷設を重視するロレンの方針もあって、責任者はヘリに事故のことを隠した。
無意味なことを。
そうなのよね。結局1ヶ月ほど前にこの事故が暴露されたの。責任者の大半が更迭されたらしいわ。
それで
新しい責任者はプレッシャーに追われ、徹夜続きでいくつものプランを制定。さらに線区ごとに調査チームを派遣。でも環境調査隊はスケジュールがいっぱいで、短期間にこれだけの任務はとても処理できない。そこで敷設予定地付近の軍人が一時的に調査隊へ編入されることになったってわけ。あんたたちが出会った部隊もその口でしょうね。
そうね。でもパラデウスと何の関係が？
おやおや、相変わらず頭が固いのね、来る会は。
あんたこそまともに話もできないの？
知ってるわよね。最近ここの調査隊から異常感染者と行方不明者が出てるってこと。エリア内の放射線量も異常に高くなっているわ。
当たり前でしょ。でもパラデウスとは関係ないじゃない。
You sure about that?
調査隊員の失踪はあの正体不明のブージャムが元凶でしょうね。
もしパラデウスがレッドエリアとイエローエリアで放射線を使った怪しい実験をしてるって言ったら、それでも偶然だって言い切れる？
私の考えなんてどうでもいいわ。あんたの方こそ結局推測の域を出ないじゃない。
そりゃそうよ。G で調査してるのは来る会だもんね。できればもっとペースを上げてほしいんだけど。
あんたね、全く使えない情報とゴミみたいなネットワークを提供したのが誰なのか忘れたとは言わせないわよ。
あら、珍しく八つ当たりしないのね。
バカバカしい。
Kukai brings the topic back on track after thinking for a bit.
アクシデントの連続で武器と物資が予想以上に消耗してるこの環境と不明勢力の脅威がある限り、どんなリスクに直面するか分かったもんじゃない。こんな任務続ける必要ある？
あるでしょうね。パラデウスは神出鬼没よ。どんな手がかりだろうと見逃せないわ。
だからって私たちが危険を冒す理由にはならない。
そう言うだろうと思って特別に増援を2組派遣しておいたから。ちなみに来る会もよーく知ってる人たちよ。
知ってる人たち？
Kukai laughs for a second, and then her face darkens.
まさかあの調査隊じゃないわよね。
ビンゴ。
Bingo!
やはりここは私が。
On the other end of the comms, Kalina passes Liva and turns the camera towards her.
お久しぶりです、来る会さん。
ええ。
今回はいい加減な環境データを提供してしまい申し訳ありません。
大きな損害はなかったし、もういいわよ。
First, with Kalina's sincere apology, Kukai intends to instead begins to feel uncomfortable.
でも調査隊と手を組むなんて賢明とは言い難いわね。
少なくとも信用はできます。こちらにある情報からもその点は心配ないかと。
なぜそう思うの？調査隊と合流してから不明勢力からの襲撃が止んだのよ。
はい、その勢力に関してはある程度目星がついています。情報によれば近頃パラデウスに協力する武装勢力が現れたとのこと。調査隊員が失踪した原因もおそらく見かけほど単純ではありません。
パラデウスが新しい協力者を見つけた。
そうなります。あなた方にこの協力関係を洗い出してほしいのです。できることなら確証をつかんでいただきたい。調査隊は我々より先にこの地に着目しています。払ってきた犠牲も少なくありません。ここを大陸間列車が通るようになればロレン政府もより多くの人員を派遣することになるでしょう。私たちの知らない情報を掴んでいる可能性も十分あります。安全面や情報収集の角度から見ても調査隊との協力は現状における最適解だと言えます。
だからって調査隊が協力を受け入れるかしらね。
Yeah, I have a friend who actually really hates how Kalina looks right now because she looks like she lost her personality from Ghost Frontline 1, and I pretty much told him like that's kind of the point. But yeah.
404を信用してるとは到底思えないけど。
実はちょうど調査隊が増援を要請していたのでちょっとした手を使ってみたんです。正規部隊が到着するまでの間404が調査隊を援護できるように。関連書類はすでに双方にメールで送られているはずです。
さすが手が早いわね。
あなた方をサポートするのが私の役目ですから。
カリーナ、リバみたいなやつとは距離を置いた方がいいわよ。
Hearing what Kukai has said, Kalina flashes a cheeky smile from her grief and daze, while Lova shrugs.
それと特別な事情がない限りパラデウスの件についてはくれぐれも内密に。
分かってる。でリバの言ってたもう一組の増援は誰なの？合流する時間と場所は？
ああ、それは。
The booming voice of Dmitri is heard from outside the building just as Lova is about to answer.
おい、ウルカイトが言う人形、出てこい。
あっちも通知を受け取ったようね。増援については会ってからのお楽しみってことで。
After ending the comms, Kukai gestures for the members of 404 to wait on standby, inside while she steps out alone.
人形が寝ないからってここでわめいていいとは言ってないわ。
んなことはどうでもいい。どうなってやがる。なんでお前らが部隊に加わることになってんだ。
非軍事勢力管理局はロレンに隷属してる。人員を融通し合うのは当然でしょ。同じアルバイトのくせして知らなかったの？
メールは見たのか。
Noticing Kukai's puzzled expression, Dmitri starts to taunt her with smugness on his face.
お前ら4人と俺たち調査隊は雇用関係にある。雇用主はこっちだ。言いたいことはわかるな。
つまり
今後はこっちの命令に従ってもらうぞ。面倒を起こすな。口答えは許さん。わかった。
She's like, this shit again. Kukai closes the interface unhappily after confirming the contents of the email. But at least they can be trusted. Her neurocloud echoed with Kalina's quote. At last, Kukai manages to suppress her resentment.
契約には従うわ。面倒ごとに関しては私たちよりも自分たちを心配したら。
朝6時に出発する。遅れるな。
Meanwhile, Blue Spear is giving a routine report to Cocoon on the road.
味方が目標を発見したようです。
おめでとう。やっと見つけたわね。
目標の移動速度は予想の 40% 以上です。さらに移動ルートの計算に誤差が発生。回収までさらに時間を要します。
じゃあ急がないと。そういえば私が送った増援結構使えるでしょ。あ、マグニセキュリティのことね。それでターゲットは始末できた？コネを駆使して手に入れた輸送の依頼なのよ。
This is a weird looking shoulder bag.
まだ
Don't know.
ロレンの環境調査隊と4名の戦術人形がいたため回収は困難。あの場は逃がすほかありませんでした。すでに追っ手を手配しています。必ずやブージャムを殲滅し、例のものを回収してご覧に入れましょう。
はあ、工事魔王子ね。回収した後は全員始末しておくのよ。私の可愛い戦場相当部隊隊長。
かしこまりました。基地局の破壊は順調に進んでいます。ほどなくして敵は一切の連絡手段を失うでしょう。彼らの装備に特筆すべきところはありません。マグニセキュリティの武装部隊でもたやすく排除できます。
用心するに越したことはないわ。今の事態だって油断したせいでこうなったんでしょ。人間は面白い生き物よ。
Yeah, she's evil, but have you seen her tits?
追い込むほど彼らは強くなる。肝心なところで喉を噛み砕かれないよう気をつけなさい。
承知いたしました。 用心してまいります。
それじゃ切るわね。ああ、早く次の子に連絡しないと。ダーチャーもブルースフィアみたいにしっかりしてたらいいのに。
That damn meme. Alright, so that's actually it. Part 2 comes out the 20 days! Damn. That's fucked up. It only applies to RPK. Yeah, you've got Nadia in that one. Yeah, 20 days is kind of wild, not gonna lie. That's really wild. Those impressions? It's a good start. I like it. It's good setup. Lore-wise, nothing's really happened just yet. I suppose the whole thing is just that it does add in politicking, because I think it's like the only real thing that we've been missing as far as Ghost Frontline 2 is concerned. We haven't really seen a lot of politics yet, and this is our first glimpse of it. I'm annoyed how Aphelion is chapter 9 and 10, but it's time limited. Honestly, if you play Ghost Frontline, you're used to it. I don't like it either, but it is one of the best ways to create FOMO. Like, if you're known for your story, then the best way to keep people playing is to make your best content limited. I have, but it's still annoying, yeah. Yeah, I can tell you, in the Chinese version of Ghost Frontline 2, these will be added to the past event tab eventually. So there is that at least. Has NeuroCloud done that? From what I've seen, not yet. Oh, you have to pay for it, but you can. Okay, that makes more sense. Honestly, just YouTube it. Just not gonna lie. I am still playing NeuroCloud, but it is one of those things where it's like it's pretty hard to motivate yourself to do it, because there's a fair amount of maintenance to the game that you gotta keep up with. It is a bit of a slow grind. Yeah, I want to know who Cocoon is as well. I guess one of the issues that I have with Aphelion is that they have a tendency to use, well, they just use the word cocoon, and cocoon is actually a really important aspect to Ghost Frontline 1. But I know for a fact they're not the same thing, because cocoon in Ghost Frontline 1 it's not even a thing, or it's not even a person. It's more like a mechanism. This cocoon person is actually a person. Completely random, but I have been playing Reverse Collapse. You feel bad for Jeff D? Yeah. I think everyone would feel bad for Jeff D. Yeah, we'll see what happens. The quote-unquote advertisements, our collaboration that is boosting Reverse Collapse right now, it should do pretty well, in my opinion. I wouldn't even call it a mistake. It's just sheer coincidence. But as far as the rest of Aphelion is concerned, it really feels like I'm gonna be real with you. It feels like not a lot has happened. To be completely real with you, not a lot has happened. A lot of it is just setting up the URNC that are the quote-unquote good guys, but you have a racist that's the main character. At least we have some cutscenes, some really good-looking cutscenes. At least we have familiar characters. We have Fukai and Mekdi and Belka. Andorus has a good introduction as well. And it looks like in part 2 we'll be getting involved. The Elmo crew will be getting involved at some point. URNC actually bad guys. You know, the thing is that the URNC is so big. You're going to have a mixture of good guys and bad guys. This game so far feels like a big focus on just getting the girls back to the commander and progressing the story slowly on top of that. It kind of depends. Before the rewrites, I would tell you you were absolutely correct. Before the rewrites. After the rewrites, I feel like there's a much better balance. I don't feel like the story is going slow at this point. Because we went from like 1% speed, now going to like 50% speed. Especially with both Diane and Sinteresi's events. This part one event, it feels slower than those other two for sure, but we're also getting reintroduced to Klukai, who was going to be a super duper important character moving forward. So I think that is warranted. Well, not just Klukai either, just Hyde 404 in general. I can imagine what before rewrite was like then. I can tell you what it was like. It was a lot of filler. That's really what it was. It was a crap ton of filler. Instead of it being like a Girls Frontline story, it felt more like the adventures of the Elmo crew. You know? It didn't have that drama that people wanted. It didn't have that drama, and it didn't have that progression. And speaking of Lena, it's starting to look likely that Lena is going to have a rewrite, since they're delaying her for so long. I think she will be rewritten, or her events will be rewritten. I'm starting to feel that's going to be the case. Yeah, the main issue with Ghost Frontline 2 before the rewrites was just that it just wasn't focused. But overall, part 1 is good. I like it. I just hate that it's 20 days. I'm used to it just being like a week, like in Nikkei. And also, I think the first major event with Ulrid and Swami, I think that was only a week apart as well. But this being 20 days is it's massive. I mean, we got like a lot of extra content though, so that is nice. But yeah. I'm not glad we have a year gap from CN. I'm gonna be real with you. I am very against the year gap. I understand why people like it, especially with how Mika works, because they're doing so much quote-unquote beta testing in CN that at least us global people are getting nothing but the finished product, which is important because Mika is relying on us for revenue right now. Did you guys buy the extra content? Not yet. I'm gonna have to wait on it. Oh, that reminds me. I got money for this. I actually didn't use my free ring yet, but since I was given a donation for it, I'll go ahead and do it real quick. I already have Klukai at a rank 5 anyways. It seems you finally realize who's the best choice for you. Come, Commander, take my hand and tell me that you need me by my side. Need me by your side eternally. I will forever engrave this moment in my neural cloud to honor this scene. Once in a lifetime victory. I expected this. After all, there is no way I would yield the place beside you to anyone else. Oh, Wawa isn't watching. Yeah, but thanks to Nixon for that donation. The scary eye grows a JPEG. And yeah, Global is definitely the most polished. Is CN still salty over the whole Raymond thing? I haven't like looked into the CN audience enough to really say yes or no to that. But I think we're well past the point where that is the most talked about subject in CN. Right now, people in CN are pretty excited about new stuff. Does she have longer hair? I don't think she does, actually. It did, yes. They actually review Bond Reverse Collapse as well. Just because of the Raymond hate. I don't know who to give my ring to because I care for them all. See, that's the thing. That's why they're telling you to buy more rings. $5 each. The drama scene's pretty old, but it still impacted first class views. It did. Yeah, it still did. Yeah, I'm also glad that we're past that as well. Of course, we never really got that in the first place. We just heard the memes, and that's really all it was, just memes. I think the worst that we've gotten in global thus far is... let me think about it for a minute. No, actually, I think the worst is just the Diane memes. I think that's the worst we've gotten. Just people who are just memeing on it, and people believing it because they just don't have the actual information on what was going on. So as far as like legitimate criticism was concerned, I just think people in global was mostly just dissatisfied with how slow the story was at the beginning. Like the writing quality wasn't even bad. It's just that people just felt like the beginning chapters were slow. Do mods on Steam Workshop? That would be nice if we can do mods. Actually, people are doing mods. They actually are. Alright, Plague Doc. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, I'm about to go to sleep too. I've been falling into the habit of going to bed at 11 o'clock. And I'm 15 past that. So I won't be on for much longer. Just want to lay out my final thoughts. I really like where Girls Line 2 is going right now. This isn't the best event, or is not, part 1 isn't like the best story so far, but it's still really, really good. If we say the Centiracia event is a 9 out of 10 or even a 10 out of 10, this one's more like a 7 out of 10. So I am really liking how this is going right now. And I hope you guys feel the same as well. We're in it for the long haul. So, and yeah, about that Deep Oblivion. One final thing before I sign off. I am going to be playing the Chinese version because I don't feel like waiting a year for Rebella. So I will actually be ahead of global going forward. I don't know how I'm going to use that for streams. Maybe you guys will be interested in seeing me stream that content as well. I haven't really decided if I wanted to do that, because I know once I start adding in Chinese stuff, you guys are going to feel disconnected because you're only playing global right now. So that's something that I kind of have to think about. Like, maybe I'll do a poll if I really can't decide. You can translate it. I have a translator. Yeah, I have a translator, and it will appeal, and I can put it on screen so that you all can follow. So that won't be a problem. Like when I was I basically had that when global wasn't out yet, and I was playing the Chinese version. I ended up getting like a bunch of stuff to translate everything in the game. And that is true. Like, if things are really bad in CN and they just rewrite the next chapter for global, it'd be a good comparison as well. I can see that working out too. So yeah, it is something to think about. I'll probably do a poll. I'll do it on YouTube. I'll do it both on YouTube and Discord. Thoughts on Commander's art nemesis still being William in Reverse Frontline 2? It's still William even in Reverse Collapse, so it's not really surprising. William is just that overarching villain for the series, so it's not surprising. It's kind of like God in Drakengard. Like, the overarching villain in Drakengard is literally God. It's just one of those things that's a constant. But hopefully we can reach a point where we actually defeat William within our lifetime, you know? But okay, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off before I keep on yapping. I do need to go to bed. So take care, guys. Really appreciate you guys being around.